Okay, start 3. Be ready and be set. D Gas. You should be in lanes 2 and 3. I'm going to call Nostalgia, or C Gas. C Gas now to lane 6 and 7. C Gas, come on into lane 6 and 7. So Hot Rod, you're done for this session. Nostalgia 3 coming up. D Gas, lanes 2 and 3. C Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Okay, D Gas, you're in lanes 2 and 3. C Gas, lanes 6 and 7. That's a fabulous place. Nostalgia 2, lanes 4 and 5. Okay, again, C Gas, you have been called to the lanes. C Gas, I only count about half of you in the staging lanes right now. So I need C Gas here. Lane 6 and 7, Nostalgia 2, start rolling in lanes 4 and 5. All right, might that little tangle in the back of the lanes because all of a sudden I got a whole bunch of C Gas and Nostalgia 2 cars shooting into the staging lanes. So I will be giving him just a couple of months because it looks like not all the drivers are quite in yet. So let's give him a sec to get in here. Nostalgia 2 guys start ahead in this way. B Gas, you can start thinking about lanes 2 and 3 because that will be a fantastic place for you to be right now. B Gas lanes 2 and 3. Bring them on.
think we got the audio working again. Maybe a little adjusting. Maybe a little more adjusting. How about now? All right, I think we're good. Yeah, I'll take that. All right. What are we in? C-Gas? We got RJ Simrock, Artie Pava. Simrock on the left side, the 67 Mustang. Pava on the right side, the 70 Camaro. Number 12 and 13 qualifier on the starting line at the moment. Wheels up, wheels down for Artie. And he also deep stage, so he's not going to get a reaction time. He'll still get an ET, though. 954.8, 139 for Artie Pava. Simrock, 964.7, 139. Michael Karate, Bruce Boardman, your next two. Michael Karate on the left side for that CNG Racing 1970 Nova. Pretty sure I've seen him at every single C-Gas or, you know, nostalgia race that I've been at. Like every one that I've attended, and C-Gas is a part of the race, I've seen this silver Nova every time. Bruce Boardman on the right side, that 57 Anglia with the gasser stance, green tinted windows, and a European license plate to boot. Looking for 960 on the scoreboard. This is C-Gas' second qualifying, 958.1, 139 for Karate. Oh, Michael Karate won the March meet. Your reigning March meet champion, Michael Karate, that's Silver Nova. Boardman, 929 to 140 miles an hour, way quick. And I believe that's going to wrap it up for C-Gas qualifying. Nostalgia Eliminator Dose. Scott Chamberlain and Greg Stevens. Your first two out here in Q2 of Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Scott Chamberlain on the left side out of Roseville. The 50-year-old welding instructor. Wheeling the Shamrock Shaker. The 34 Coupe altered. Bright green on the left side, the Les Schwab tires lane. You can't miss it. Currently qualified number 12. Greg Stevens on the right side, not yet qualified in that blue 23 altered out of Eureka, California, up there near Samoa. Samoa drag strip local. See where Greg Stevens will fit into this group of currently 18 qualified cars. Once again, Group 2 cars are getting 2 qualifying sessions this morning, so hot rod all the way to A-Gas. Survey says 872.6, 148 for Scott Chamberlain. He will improve slightly. Greg Stevens, 876.5, 146. So Chamberlain going to stay 12. Stevens going to slide in right behind him at number 13. That'll bring up Sam Tucker and Adam Westbrook. Tucker on the left side, that white 32 Bantam out of Redding, California, your number 8 qualifier. Adam Westbrook on the right side, the blue 32 Bantam out of Porterville, the 40-year-old farmer by trade. .861.5, 146 miles an hour for Sam Tucker, and that will improve him. Adam Westbrook will improve as well, 864.9, 133. Tucker going to go to number 2. Westbrook goes up to number 6 in the qualifying order. That'll bring up Jim Horn and Terry Lindblad. Jim Horn on the left side. Drove over from Reno, Nevada. The Sweet T 23 Model T Ford on the left side, the Les Schwab tire side of the racetrack. Your number 19 qualifier. Right side, Terry Lindblad out of Forest Ranch. Structural steel 66 Mark Williams chassis Draxter. Currently qualified at the number 3 position. The 863.7. Once again, NE2, we're looking for that 860 index on the long track all the way to the quarter mile as we find pre-stage here. .864.1, 148 miles an hour for Jim Horn. That will improve. Terry Lindblad, 860 with a 2. Dead on 2 for Terry Lindblad. He's going to go from number 3 to number 1. Jim Horn going to slot into the number 4 spot. And all of a sudden, NE2 was our second biggest category, and they're also getting pretty darn tight. Number 1 through number 7 are currently separated by 500ths or just under 500ths of a second. Sam Hughes and Jeff Brockhauser. Hughes. Enumclaw, Washington, the 48 Fiat, your number 8 qualifier on the left side. Jeff Brockhauser, right side out of Forest Ranch. .865.4, 149 there for Sam Hughes. He's going to stay number 8. Brockhauser, 855.4, 150. So he went from a little slow to a little fast. He's going to stay number 16. Spanky McGee and Duke Baker. A couple of solid names. This pair, Spanky on the left side. The truck driver out of Red Bluff, the Twisted Racing 23 Model T Ford altered. Your number 7 qualifier, right side, Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. Number 10 in the qualifying order right now for Duke. Spanky got a little sideways, went towards the center line, had to steer it back straight. Duke Baker straight and true down through there, 863.4, 148. That's an improvement for Duke. 925 to 148 for Spanky. He's going to stay 17. Duke Baker going to go from number 10 all the way up to number 4. Andrew Grafton, Jeff Schultz are going to be your next two. Couple of D6 runners out of Oregon. Grafton on the left side. And his O'Brien chassis front engine Draxer, your number 12 qualifier. Right side, Jeff Schultz out of Gold Hill, Oregon. Your number 13 qualifier. They qualified 1 thou apart during yesterday's Q1 session. Grafton went 871.4. Schultz went 871.5. So they both have a little bit of room to improve, just over a tenth to get to that 860 with a 0. We've had two 860s. Lindblad went 860 with a 2. Lucas went 860 with a 9. So you want to go number 1 qualifier, you got 2 thou to work with. I can tell you a 173 reaction time is not going to cut it during eliminations, and they both go from one end of the spectrum to the other. Andrew Grafton, 845.1, 153. He's going to stay 12. Schultz, 853.3, 127. He's going to stay 13. Chris Erickson, Gene Fitzsimmons. Erickson left side out of Gustine. Also one of those Samoa drag strip locals up there in Northern California, the Redwood area. Number 10 qualifier on the left side. A unique header style choice here for Erickson. They're literally just straight pipes that come off the side, like no bend or nothing. They're just straight. Gene Fitzsimmons on the right side out of Eureka, another Samoa drag strip local from the Redwood area. That 39 Topolino, your number 18 qualifier. $866.9, 151 for Erickson. He's going to stay right where he is at number 10. Gene Fitzsimmons makes a big move. 861.1, 153, all the way from second to last to number 3. Well, there you go. 18-3, one shot right there for Fitzsimmons. Eddie Lucas, Eric Warner. Eddie Lucas on the left side out of Modesto. 48 Topolino, your number 2 qualifier. Eric Warner right side, right here out of Reading. The Warner Enterprises Incorporated 27 Ford Altered. Two of the biggest motors in the category. 582 cubic inches on the left side for Lucas, 510 cubic inches on the right side for Warner. Eddie's looking for 8 thou to improve, and he's actually going to slow way down. 867.4, 152, no good. Eric Warner, 857.3, 151, a little too quick. He's going to stay number 7. Tom Christian and Gary Ryan, your last two NE2 competitors of the session. Christian on the left side out of Reno, Nevada. 48 Topolino. The slightly twisted machine, your number 12 qualifier currently. Gary Ryan on the right side out of South San Francisco. Pure adrenaline machine for the Juggers Racing team. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. First call for Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Q2. First call for Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Q2. Need you to lanes 6 and 7, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, need you to lanes 6 and 7. A-Gas, need you to 2 and 3. A-Gas, need you to 2 and 3 for your second qualifying session. Whoa, boy, howdy. Wheels up, wheels down. Woo! Tom Christian going for a ride. How about Gary Ryan? 860 with a 9, 151. Gary Ryan going to go from number 8 to number, I think, 3. We're going to go check on Tom Christian, though, because he, wow. Go ahead and rewind that one on the live stream. Left the starting line and went straight up in the air. Bill Anderson, Kevin Pope Moving into B Gas now. Still looking for 860. Anderson. How about 860 with a 4? 160 miles an hour for Bill Anderson. He's going to go from number 10 to number 1. Neil Westbrook, Kevin Albert, your next two. Westbrook, left side out of Pixley. Your number 11 qualifier, the 1968 Camaro. Right side, Kevin Albert, 66 Nova. Qualified number 7. .852.6, 159 for Westbrook, way too quick. Albert, 872.8, 155. Slowed down from yesterday. He's going to stay number 7. Chris Torres, Tim Gorman. Torres left side. The Torres Farming 68 Camaro. Currently not qualified. Right side, Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield. The orange and white double nickel Chevy. Qualified number 5. .865.5, 157 for Chris Torres. Gorman, 868.1, 155. Gorman will not improve. Torres is going to go to the number 7 qualifying spot. Brian Franks, Mike Gillespie. Franks and the other 68 Camaro. There's like 5 of them in this category. Out of Elk Grove on the left side, number 13 qualifier. Mike Gillespie, right side. Roy's Racing Engines, 63 Nova. Mike currently qualified number 3, and he's going to win a lot of rounds with a 003 reaction time come eliminations. A little too quick here, though. 857.6, 157 miles an hour. Franks, 854.5, 134. He did slow it down from yesterday, but still too quick. So Brian Frank's going to stay 13. Gillespie going to stay number 3. Carl Weisenhunt, Crystal Lynch. Weisenhunt, Burko Berry, Redwood Lumber, 64. Ford-powered Fairlane, your number 9 qualifier out of Sacramento. Right side, Crystal Lynch out of Bangor, California, the 63 Corvette. Qualified number 10. Went 9.017 yesterday, so Crystal's got a decent amount of room to work with to improve. .887.1, 152 for Carl Weisenhunt. Going to stay number 9. Crystal Lynch does improve slightly. 893.4 at 150. Going to stay number 10. I'll bring up Glenn Lininger and Rich Zondervan. Lininger left side out of Carmichael, California, the 65 Ford Falcon. A blown Ford 425 cubic inch motor under the hood for Glenn, your number 11 qualifier. Right side, Rich Zondervan. The Taco Bravo Racing Team. Zondervan. The 1966 Chevelle, currently qualified at number 4.
Hi, because we're running this over to B Gas, so I'll run Nostalgia 1 and A Gas. You need to do before Nostalgia 1 or A Gas.
Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 and A Gas need you to the lanes. Nostalgia, Eliminator 1, and A Gas, you should be in the lanes. Zondervan, 855 to 158, too quick. Will stay 4. Glenn Lininger, 940 with a 6 at 143. Will stay 11. I'll bring up our final runner of the session. In B Gas, Vincent Reale. Hart & Sons and American Water Truck Services, 71 Nova. $862.5, 156. Vincent gonna stay number 2. All right. There is a gray Honda Civic, blue Monte Carlo, and black golf cart parked behind the main grandstands. Those need to get moved, please. You are in a vendor parking spot. Right over next to Jeans Burgers. Once again, a gray Honda Civic, blue Monte Carlo, and black golf cart need to get moved. They are parked behind the grandstand next to Jeans Burgers, and that is a vendor parking spot. Need to be moved, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Q2, coming at you. Matt Garcia and Gabe Brown. Matt Garcia on the left side, the Les Schwab Tires side of the racetrack out of Acampo, California, the 32 Bantam Altered. Your number 9 qualifier, right side, Gabe Brown. Out of Reno, Nevada, the Neal and Parks chassis front engine Draxer, currently qualified numero dos. We're going to turn up the speed a little bit. Move it up to our 760 index in the quarter mile for these NE2 open wheel cars. Crew members walk away, send their drivers into the pre-stage beam. Here we go. Garcia gets a little towards the center line, has to steer it back straight. Brown, straight and true, A to B, a little too quick, 757.9, 174 for Gabe Brown. Garcia improves slightly to an 8 flat with the 2 at 167. Garcia fighting some gremlins this weekend, having a hard time getting the thing to leave the starting line. He's got one more qualifying session to get it down the track. He's currently last in the qualifying set or the qualifying order. We'll have one more session of qualifying for our Group 2 categories, so hot rod all the way through to A-gas and everything in between. Single malt Chevy and Voodoo Child. Coming at you next, Sean Wood, left side. San Anselmo, California. The Saw Designs Incorporated. Shady Tree chassis, front engine Draxer, your number 1 qualifier. Once again, there is a gray Honda Civic that needs to be moved behind the grandstands. You are in the way of a vendor. Gray Honda Civic parked behind the grandstands next to Jane's Burgers on the tower side of the racetrack. Needs to be moved, please. Steve Schoenfeld on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Murray, Utah in the Voodoo Child, your number 5 qualifier. Whoa! Sean Wood getting to the center line, missed the cone though. Schoenfeld going to dump the chutes way early, 784.9 at 131. Yeah, I'm thinking Schoenfeld's doing that on purpose because he's done it twice in a row now. And if he airs it out, he's probably right on that 760 number. Bill DeMartin, Jason Barta. Next two NE1 runners, DeMartin on the left side out of Sacramento, California. The Screamin' Demon. Your number 6 qualifier at 778 with a 4. Jason Barta right side, the Barta and Coburn. Front engine Draxer out of Bakersfield. Your number 3 qualifier was 765-2. Blown 427 left side. Naturally aspirated 572 right side for Barta. The Platinum Construction and Concrete side of the racetrack. You guys looking for 760 up on the scoreboard. Crew members step away, send their drivers into the pre-stage beam. Go. Both getting down there to the end of the track. Wow, 730, 5.8, 184 for Bill DeMartin. They let it loose. He might have opened it up a little too much there. Jason Barta, 759.6, 169. Just missed it by 4 thou. Kenny Upton and A.J. Martin. I believe we got one more NE1 car waiting back there. Kenny Upton left side. Ken & Sons Racing. Leonard's Chassis Front Engine Draxer out of Garden Grove, California, your number 7 qualifier. Right side, A.J. Martin, all the way from Hinomarsh Island, Australia. On the right-hand side, your number 4 qualifier. What is that, like a 14-hour flight? Apparently, Hinomarsh Island is near Adelaide, Australia, if we know where that is. Right side, coming to play with us in Northern California from the land down under. What we got here in Q2. Getting real towards the wall there. Wow, another 730 pass. A.J. Martin was getting close to the wall. You heard him pedaling it a couple of times as he got down through there. 739.8, 174. Way too quick. Kenny Upton, 762.3, 175. That'll improve him big time from number 7 to number 2. We got one more NE car to go. Raymond Nicholas. Final competitor here in Q2 of NE1. Your number 8 qualifier out of Reading. 23 Model T Yancer chassis altered. Survey says, bink, 773.7, 171. That's a big improvement. A 0.2 improvement there. On the dot exactly 0.2. And that's going to wrap it up for NE1. We got A-Gas waiting at the red line. A-Gas, Cliff Boyles, Tom Fowler, your first two. After A-Gas, we're going to do some track prep, and then we're going to move into our Group 1 category, starting with 7.0 Pro. So 7.0 Pro, start thinking about it. Getting yourselves ready to go. After the track prep, you will be next. Once again, 7.0 Pro. This is your warning. Start thinking about it. Start buttoning it up. Getting ready to go. Boyles on the left side. At Rancho Cordova, your number 8 qualifier in the Studebaker. Tom Fowler right side. Numero uno. Out of Paso Robles, I think is what Sam said last night. $766.0176 there for Cliff Boyles. That'll be a big improvement for him. Tom Fowler, $758.4181. He's going to stay number 1. Boyles going to go from number 8 to number 6. He's going to jump up 2 spots. Ray Paget and Weasel Anders. Paget on the left side. That dark blue 63 split window Corvette out of Santa Paula, California, the laser leveling services machine. Qualified number 3 right now. Weasel Anders on the right side. The Bittner Family Dental. And the Juggers Racing. 67 Nova. Roy's Racing Engines on board as well out of South San Francisco, your number 8 qualifier. The Weasel will definitely drive the wheels off of anything that he's driving. Weasel is not known to lift. Always a wild card. Looks straight and true here. Scoreboard says, how about 760 with a 6, 179 miles an hour for Ray Paget. Weasel Anders, 756.7, 177 will not improve. He's going to stay 8. Paget going to go from number 3 to number 1. Making a statement run there for Ray Padgett. Here comes the home wrecker. Frank Miranda on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The home wrecker for Lemons Headers on board of that 59 American Rambler wagon. Peak nostalgia car right here. That's what it's all about. Beautiful car on the right side. West Coast Converters on board as well. The number 7 qualifier over there. Chris Curtis on the left-hand side. Munoz Racing and Aquaflow Supply, 1970 Chevelle, your number 5 qualifier. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy, naturally aspirated for Chris Curtis. Frank Miranda over there. Paso Robles. Blown 500 cubic inches of big block Chevy for him. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. First call, 7-0 Pro. Need you lanes 4 and 5. 7-0 Pro. 7-0 Pro. Need you lanes 4 and 5. First call, please. $766.8, $182 for Frank Miranda. That's an improvement. Going to go from number 7 to number 5, Chris Curtis, $757.3, $180. Will stay number 5, or excuse me, stay number 5. Miranda gonna go number 7. My March meet final, can you please hang in the back of the session for 7-0 Pro? Once again, my 7-0 Pro March meet final, you will be at the end of this session, so please hang in the back. Tom Huggins and Casey Truer. Final 2 competitors here in Q2 of A-Gas. Huggins left side, backing up from his burnout in the 72 Corvette, the white and blue one. On the left-hand side, your number 3 qualifier went 762.3. During yesterday's session, Casey Truer on the right side of the Santa Maria, California, the 33 Willys. Number 4 qualifier. Staged. Go. Bink. 767.5, 173 for Casey Truer. Will not improve. Tom Huggins, 756.2, 181. Turned it up a little too much. Will not improve. So Ray Padgett going to end the session as your number 1 qualifier for A-Gas. We're going to do a little bit of track prep here. Jeans Burgers is open. The window is open. Go get yourself some snacks, some lunch. We got Players Pizza in the house as well. Go check out Players Pizza, the food vendor over there behind the grandstands on the tower side. We also got the Junior Draxer programs raffle going on right here, right next to the Jeansburgers. Go check out the juniors. There's 2 for sale. And the other 2 are doing the raffle for the junior program to get to the junior ET finals later this year, I believe in Las Vegas. Go get yourself a raffle, a 50-50 raffle ticket. Go talk to the drivers. Go check out the cars. Cole, give me the thumbs up. We're going to do a little bit of track prep. We're going to turn on some music. Going to mute the live stream so I don't get copyright striked, and then we'll be back with you shortly with 7-0 Pro. Once again, I have called 7-0 Pro. To lanes 4 and 5, our March meet final in 7-0 Pro. Hang off in the back. You're going to run your final at the end of this session. Junior Fuel, start thinking about it as well. Junior Fuel and A Fuel, start buttoning things up. You guys will be getting calls to the lanes here shortly. Brad Peters, first player, 7-0 Pro. Out of Lakeport, California, your number 5 qualifier. Not sure if yesterday in Q1 was a little bit of gamesmanship or if he had issues, but he went 8.79.0. Oh, 15.79.0. That's 8 seconds off the... Okay, now that makes more sense. See if we can get a full A to B pass here for Brad Peters. Well, we made it to the 8th mile. Made it to 1,000 foot. Quarter mile says 697.6. 195 miles an hour, and he's going to stay right where he is in number 5, but it's a whole heck of a lot better pass there for Brad Peters. The way the ladder stacks up, we're going to have a bye first round and a bye second round, so he's not going to get the bye first round, but he might be in position to get the bye second round on the opposite side of the ladder, which would then put him in the finals. So there might be a little gamesmanship going on there. We will see. Time will tell as I will bring up our next 2 7-0 Pro cars. Couple of front engine Draxters. Old style chassis. John Lenko and Dave Rosenberg. Lenko, Bakersfield, California, your number 3 qualifier. A 95 DRE chassis Draxter. On the left side, the Les Schwab tires side of the racetrack. Dave Rosenberg right side, all the way from Huntington Beach, California, the Snap-on dealer. And his 94 DRE chassis Draxter. Your number 4 qualifier. Lenko went 7:29.3 yesterday. Rosenberg went 7:73.9. So they both have a pretty good margin for improvement here to get to that 7 flat number in the quarter mile. And after this, we're going to have our 7-0 Pro March meet final. Oh, we have... I lied. We have a single and then the March meet final. Rosenberg has issues. Lenko, 7:17.5, 187. That's an improvement. He's going to stay number 3, though. Rosenberg has issues. He's going to coast down through there. I see we have a new entry in 7-0 Pro, which will make 6 cars in 7-0 Pro, which means there will not be a bye first round. There will be second round. Waiting for Mr. Rosenberg to get off the top end of the track. He's slowly rolling, making his way there. We got a long line of 7.0 Pro, Junior Fuel, and A Fuel in the lanes right now. Waiting for that car to clear the top end. I don't think he made it, so they're going to have to push him off. See our March meet final sitting back there waiting. Jason Vanderpool and Tony Trimp, who are 1 and 2 in the points. And they're also only 1 point apart. So that 1 point difference is the difference in their qualifying position at Bakersfield. So whoever wins this final round is going to end up with the points lead. And we'll find that out here shortly. Looks like we're getting the all clear to fire up Mr. Jerry. Let's get it going. Jerry Coomray Jr. At Rohnert Park, California. Manufactured home dealer by trade. Not sure what a manufactured home dealer is. Do you like prefab a house and then sell it? His Uehara chassis front engine dragster, 370 cubic inches of blown Chevy. Gonna power him to what he hopes 7 flat in the quarter mile. Jerry did not make a pass last night for whatever reason, so this is his one and only shot before first round of eliminations later this afternoon. Points to the driver, walks away. We're staged. Here we go. And well, that'll get Jerry on the ladder, but not sure what's going to happen first round. But that'll at least qualify him, so there's that. Here is your March meet final round. Our first lap of actual competition this weekend. Jason Vanderpool and Tony Trimp, the winner of this round, will be your new points leader in 7.0 Pro for NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series. Vanderpool on the left-hand side, that Whiskey Kitchen 32 Bantam Altered. Owned by Ken and Terry McConnell, a 50-year-old mechanic right here out of Reading on the left-hand side. 392 cubic inches of Allen Johnson Performance Engine Hemi. Right side, Tony Trimp, the owner and operator of Reading Motorsports Park, that rough and ready racing team led by Harvey Williams, the man himself, that 1965 Mustang Funny Car body. Tony out of Wilton, California. 500 cubic inches of blown Hemi for Tony. Jason already pre-staged. He's got the Whiskey Kitchen mobile ready to go. Tony finds the pre-stage bulb. We're staged. Here we go. And Tony leaves before the tree. Wait, no. Tony is going to win. Jason loses fire on the starting line. Tony goes down through there. 7:08.9 at 173. He didn't hear Jason beside him, so he lifted. And Jason got on the two-step, and the car just lost fire on the starting line. I had me confused there for a second because Jason's sitting there with the green light on and Tony's gone. I thought Tony left before the tree was activated, but no, Tony's going to win the round. Tony Trimp, Harvey Williams, and the Rough and Ready Racing Team are your 2024 March Meet champions. And they're going to walk away with the 7-0 Pro points lead for the time being. We still got a whole nother race to run, so that could change, but the Whiskey Kitchen boys and the Vanderpools and the McConnells are going to have to go back to the drawing board and get that thing ready to go for first round of eliminations for the Funny Car Fever event, which is going to be happening later on this evening. A little bit of drama here this afternoon for Funny Car Fever. Give the boys a hand, the Rough and Ready team. Give them a hand as they make their way down the return road to go get their boy. There's Harvey, standing up in the back of the truck. Junior Fuel Q2 coming at you. These small block, naturally aspirated machines. Engines that are not found in nature. These are manufactured, doctored up small blocks that rev in excess of 10,000 RPM. Alan Hull and Brad Woodard are going to be your first two out. Hull on the left side at a Frenchtown, Montana. 38-year-old mechanic. JD Zink owned hot rod on the left side, your number one qualifier. Brad Woodard on the right side at Oceanside, California. The Al Busey chassis front engine Draxer. Brad and Phil Woodard over there, the Riker machining machine. They qualify on an index, but it's still first to the finish line. Both of these cars are on that 699 index. Here we go. Alan Hull had to pedal it. Brad Woodard, A to B, 7:077, 185. The speed there for Brad Woodard. He's going to go to the number one qualifying spot. Alan Hull going to slide down to number two. Your third and final junior fuel car, Jess Gutierrez. The junior fuel nitro car. Going to qualify to that 730 index out of Oakley, California, your number 3 qualifier.
A smaller ladder because we cut off. That makes it sound bad in so many ways.
942 to 138, laboring down the racetrack for Jess Gutierrez. That's going to wrap it up for junior fuel.
I'm going to make a little deal with you guys. You have an extra round that all the other categories don't. I mean, for you guys, you're almost 2 extra rounds. So I am going to pull your final time run and qualifier very soon. So, like, in the next couple of minutes. So, Nostalgia Eliminator 2 and Hot Rod. I'll run Hot Rod first and Nostalgia 2. But I'm going to put you in right now, and that's going to help me out down the road a little bit. So, right now, Hot Rod, why don't you guys come into lane 6 and 7. This will be your final time run. It will determine potential by round number 1. Hot Rod, final time run before first round eliminations. Just Hot Rod and Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You can start rolling this way as well. Roll into lanes 2 and 3, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 for your final qualifier. Start rolling into lanes 2 and 3.
Here come the big boys. The pinnacle of Group 2 that we have on the property anyway. A Fuel, qualifier number 2. First to the finish line. Injected nitro versus blown alcohol. A Fuel Q2 final qualifying session. This will set the ladder. Your first 2 players Sean Bellamere, right? Bellamere? Yeah. Sean Bellamere and Dr. Ken Bates Sr. Bellamere on the left side. Out of Placentia, California. 23 Model T Ford Altered. Your number 3 qualifier over here on the Les Schwab side of the racetrack. Went 6:43.0 at 2:13, and he's got way more in that Altered on the left side. Right side, the U.S. Air Force machine, a Ken Bates Sr. out of Anderson, California. That 06 Tuttle chassis Draxter. The Bates and Adams machine, your number 2 qualifier, went 6:27.1 at 2:27 yesterday. Ken Bates injected on nitro. Bellamere blown on alcohol. The 2 different combos you can run. Here in A Fuel, Ken Bates already got the pre-stage bulb lit. He's cocked and loaded, ready to go. Bellamere finds the pre-stage bulb. Gets it revved up like an alcohol funny car. Here we go. Bellamere out on him. Here comes Dr. Ken Bates. Survey says 6:29.1. 228 miles an hour for Ken Bates Sr. Bellamere. 6:42.0 at only 2:15. I know that they got more in that Bellamere car. But Ken Bates, 2 solid A to B passes in qualifying. Went 6:27 and 6:29. So they've got that thing consistent like a bracket car ready to go for E1.
Again, hot rod, hot rod, hot rod. Remember, I'm pushing you up right now. Hot rod, lane 6 and 7. Bring them up for your final time run. Hot rod, come on in for your final time run, lane 6 and 7.
Everybody panic, it's Chris Bates. And Sean Corbari, your next 2 in A Fuel. Chris Bates left side, the Panic 32 Bantam Altered out of Redding, California, the other Bates machine. Your number 4 qualifier with a 6:54.9 at 180. Right side, Sean Corbari. That is San Martin, California, the 2018 Sterling front engine Draxer chassis. Qualified number 5 with an 8:59.9 at only 115. So that Corbari car has got a lot more in it. See if the Bates team can figure something out here on the left side with that Altered and get something a little bit faster than the 6:54.9. Another injected nitro versus blown alcohol pass here. Injected nitro left side, blown alcohol right side. Looks like they have the entire Bates family on the starting line right now trying to get the car ready to go. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Bates stage, Corbari stage, go. Tire smoke early for Corbari. He shuts it off. A little sachet through the middle for Bates. 6:49.0 at 2:13 for Chris Bates. And a slight improvement there on the 6:54 from yesterday. 6:49.0, 2:13 for Bates. And Corbari, again, having issues. Bates is going to stay number 4. Corbari is going to stay number 5.
Again, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. I know it's a surprise attack on you, but Nostalgia 2, just because you have like 19 cars and nobody else is near that except for Hot Rod, and that's why they're in the lanes 2. So Nostalgia 2, come on in lanes 2 and 3. Hey, I see some of you. Well, he came into 3 and 4. I'm fine with that. That works for me too. But Hot Rod, Nostalgia 2. Thank you guys for helping me out. It's just one of those things down the road. It's going to make life easier. You're not going to have to hot lap later.
Here's your number 1 qualifier, Wayne Ramey. This is a Semi-Valley runner, the 2017 Neyland Parks chassis Draxer. 470 cubic inches of blown Allen Johnson performance engine Hemi. Qualified number 1 yesterday with a 6:11.6 at only 2:15, so they've got a little bit more in it based on the mile an hour that he ran. We could potentially see a 5-second pass right here if they've got the right tune-up in it. The Performance Forge Incorporated hot rod on the Platinum Construction and Concrete side of the racetrack. Crew member bringing him into the stage beams. Says you're good right there. Set the blower idle. Throw some de-icer in the injector hat. Send him on his merry way. .904 short time, good to the 8th mile. Survey says 6:06.6, 2:18 for Wayne Ramey. How about it?
How about coming into eliminations with 2/10 on Ken Bates?
That's an impressive statement run right there. 9:04.60 foot. Insane. They've got that thing short tracking like a champ. 6:06 at 218 miles an hour for Wayne Ramey. 2/10 on the rest of the field right now. Another car that's been posting sub 1 second 60 footers, Rick Ewens. Rick Ewens out of Paso Robles, California. The Ewens Racing Sarmiento chassis front engine Draxer. Another Allen Johnson performance engine. Blown alcohol combination. Like I said, he's been 9-something to the 60-foot twice yesterday, but has yet to make a full pass, and I doubt seriously that Rick wants to run Wayne Ramey first round, so if they want to avoid that confrontation, they're going to have to post a solid number here and qualify themselves at least halfway decently in the field. Albeit a better than 8:59.9 will get you where you want to be, but, well, if you qualify 5, then you got to race Ken Bates, who's no slouch either. So I think they're probably shooting for 3 or 4 or higher. Yeah, this pass could make the first round matchups quite interesting here. So Rick Ewens, pre-staged, See what he's got. Good to the 8th. He's going all the way. Survey says 6:45.9 at 2:06. And that's going to put him number 4. Which means that we're going to have Bates versus Bates.
The 2 injected cars have to race each other in the first round, and the 4 blown cars.
First round of A Fuel is going to be quite interesting. Wayne Ramey. Wayne Ramey, number 1. Ken Bates Sr., number 2. Sean Bellamere, number 3. Rick Ewens, number 4. Chris Bates, 5. Sean Corbari, 6. The Bateses are going to have to race each other first round. Both the injected nitro cars are going to find each other first round. Hey, the souvenir booth is open. Jeans Burgers is open. Players Pizza's in the house. Go check out the Junior Draxer program's 50-50 raffle. We got a license pass here, and then Hot Rod and NE2 going to make their 3rd qualifying session. A final call for Nostalgia Eliminator 2 for your 3rd qualifying session. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Need you now. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, if you're going to make your final qualifying session, need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, qualifying session number 3, and your final qualifying session, Adam Westbrook and Sam Hughes, your number 9 and 10 qualifiers. Westbrook left side, number 9, Hughes right side, number 10. Looking for 860 on the scoreboard. 867.6, 149 for Hughes. He will not improve. Westbrook, 9080. Will not improve. They will stay 9 and 10. The silver Chevy pickup truck in front of the tower needs to be moved, please. The silver Chevy pickup truck sitting right here in front of the tower needs to be moved immediately, please. You are blocking this driveway here. Duke Baker, Sam Tucker. Baker left side, Tucker right side. Oh, Sam just missed it. 859.6, 153. He's going to stay number 5. Duke Baker, 855.6, 149. Going to stay number 6. Jeff Brockhauser and Jim Horn, your next two. Brockhauser on the left side at a Forest Ranch. Your number 17 qualifier with an 879.3. They've got a lot of room to make up. Jim Horn on the right side and the Sweet T 23 Model T Ford out of Reno, Nevada, your number 7 qualifier. .003 start for Jeff Brockhauser. Solid light. 854.7, 151, too quick. Gonna stay 17. Jim Horn, 859.0, 149. Also too quick. Gonna stay number 7. Hey, your hot rod potential buy is gonna be Don Momey. Don Momey, you are the potential buy for round number 1 of Hot Rod. Once again, Don Momey, you are the first round Hot Rod potential buy. Hang off to the side when we call you for first round. The silver Silverado parked up here in front of the tower needs to be moved, please. The silver Silverado parked right here in front of the tower needs to be moved, please. Gene Fitzsimmons and Eric Warner, your next two. Fitzsimmons left side, your number 4 qualifier. Warner right side, qualified number 8. Doug Simpson Photography sponsored machine. Madonna Racing on the left side, Gene Fitzsimmons. The Warner Enterprises Incorporated machine on the right side for Warner. $858.9, 151 for Warner. $854.9, 153 for Fitzsimmons. Going to stay 4 and 8. Man. I tell you what, NE2 is pretty tight right now. This is anybody's race. It's going to come down to reaction time and finish line driving come first round. Terry Lindblad and Spanky McGee. Lindblad left side, your number 1 qualifier. Went 860 with a 2 earlier. Spanky McGee right side, number 18 qualifier in the Twisted Racing 23 Model T Ford Alter. Perfect light for Spanky. How about it? 000 reaction time for Spanky. And goes 869.0 at 151. That'll improve him. 856.8, 154. No good for Lindblad. He's going to stay 1. Spanky going to go from number 18 to number 12 with that shot right there. Gary Ryan going to go out on the solo out of South San Francisco on the right side. Currently qualified number 3. .860 with a 6 at 153. Gary Ryan making statements. Went .860 with a 9 and now .860 with a 6. I'd say they got that thing dialed in. Also going to improve from 3 to 2. Chris Erickson and Eddie Lucas, your next 2. Erickson left side, qualified number 11. Lucas right side, qualified number 3. Once again, the Junior Draxter 50-50 raffle over here next to the Jeans Burgers and souvenir booth. The proceeds are going towards helping the junior kids get to Vegas for the Junior Draxter Division 7 ET Finals the first week of September. Also, there's a raffle going on over there as well for a full race package plus 2 crew members valued at $250. You can get tickets for that raffle over at the junior booth as well for the Heritage Race in September here at Reading Motorsports Park. 847.1, 153 for Erickson. 856.8, 153 for Lucas. Once again, a race package is up for raffle for the Heritage Race here in September, plus 2 crew members valued at $250. $10 a ticket. Go get yourself a ticket or 10 over at the junior booth and get yourself a 50-50 raffle ticket for the junior raffle as well. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. 535 Index. Need you to lanes 6 and 7. First call for 535 Index, round 1 of eliminations. First call for 535 Index to lanes 6 and 7 for first round of eliminations. West Coast Outlaw, first round of eliminations will take you to lanes 4 and 5. West Coast Outlaw, first call to the lanes. Lanes 4 and 5 for first round of eliminations. Your next pair of NE2 cars on the starting line. Greg Stevens left side, Andrew Grafton right side. Stevens qualified 17, Grafton qualified number 14. .861.2, 148. Big improvement for Greg Stevens. Going to go from 17 to number 5. Grafton going to stay 15. I need a representative from Sean Corbari's team to the tower, please. Sean Corbari, can you send yourself or a crew member to the tower, please? Sean Corbari, yourself or a crew member to the tower, please. Jeff Schultz, your final NE2 competitor of Q3. Left side, your number 16 qualifier. And after this, we'll have a ladder set for NE2. Dang. 842.8, 134. Going to go 16, well, he's going to stay 16. The qualifying order for NE2 follows Terry Lindblad 1, Gary Ryan 2, Eddie Lucas 3, Gene Fitzsimmons 4, Greg Stevens 5, Sam Tucker 6, Duke Baker 7, Jim Horn 8, Eric Warner 9, and Adam Westbrook going to round out the top 10.
Okay, just a heads up, just so you know why I just did what we did. Hot Rod and Nostalgia Eliminator 2, because I'm going to be pulling after the Outlaws and the CIFA cars, is going to be the final time run and qualifying Your first round of elimination.
Bale Anderson, or excuse me, Brian Meyer, Todd Brenton. Meyer left side, Brenton right side. Tire smoke for both of them. Pedal fest. Brenton's going to get there first. And a wind light. Todd Brenton, 593.3, 132 miles an hour. Good enough. Wins the pedal fest here in 535 index. He's going to move on to second round. Your next pair, Corey Thompson left side and Tim Van Tol right side. Tim has been licensing yesterday and today. He's got his license. He's good to go for 535 index racing. Thompson left side out of Milwaukee, Oregon. Your number 2 qualifier, the 67 Chevelle right side. Did not get to qualify, but he's in the show. He's got his license ready to go. That 98 Camaro out of Princeton, California. Spun the tires left side. The Camaro's in charge. Wind light. How about Tim Van Tol? 0.56 reaction time to start. 5:46.9 at 1:31. Tim Van Tol. Moving on around number 2. Your number 2 qualifier upset in round number 1 via tire smoke early. Sam Ivy, Chris Schmidt, your next 2. Sam Ivy left side in the Vega. Chris Schmidt right side in the 57 Chevy. And Schmidt misses the tree. Sam Ivy going to go down through there and break out. Oh my goodness, Sam Ivy had a massive starting line advantage. Goes down through there, takes a second finish line, 5:33.3 on the 535 index, and breaks out. Chris Schmidt gets lucky, and Chris is going to move on to round number 2. West Coast Outlaws, round number 1, brought to you by SCR Enterprises and Players Pizza. First pair, small tire, left side, Craig Sparks out of Galt, California, the Wizard Racing Pro Charged 69 Camaro. Matt Marin right side, Capay, California, the 64 Falcon. Ford Power, 388 cubic inches of Ford for Matt Marin over in the Platinum Construction side of the racetrack. This is a no time category, so you will not see speed or ET on the scoreboard. First to the finish line wins. And they both have issues, but Matt Marin's going to gather it up. And Matt is going to turn on the wind light. Second pair of West Coast Outlaws, Troy Baugh and Rod Burbage. Baugh on the left side, Mr. West Coast Outlaw himself, the Oak Town Hustler, the 1970 blown Camaro, 526 cubic inches of blown power. Right side, Rod Burbage. That's Spec Right Torque Converters machine, the 65 Chevelle over on the right side out of Anderson, California. Brad Anderson Engines Hemi on board. Quite the matchup here around number one of West Coast Outlaws. The West Coast Outlaws do have a loser's bracket after first round, so the winners of first round will go to the winner's bracket. The losers will go to the loser's bracket, and we'll have two winners at the end of the day, basically. So you'll still see these two cars again later on, but only one of them will be on the winner's side. And like I said, this is a pretty stout matchup here around number one. Troy in pre-stage. Rod in pre-stage. Here we go. And Rod Burbage said, see you later. How about Rod Burbage? Taking his car to a round number one victory. And his Spec Right Torque Converters machine is going to be in the winner's side of second round. The next pair of West Coast Outlaws, small tire versus big tire. Mike Orban on the left side of the Grass Valley, California, the 68 Camaro small tire car. Les Schwab side of the racetrack, left side, right side, Mike Malaya. Mad Mike out of Grants Pass, Oregon. Chassis builder by trade, and that 33 Willys Coupe. 451 cubic inches of blown Brad Anderson Hemi on board from Mike Malaya. Pro Charged application left side for the small tire Camaro of Mike Orban. Mike deep stage, he's trying to pedal. Here comes Orban. Mike's getting a little sideways. Goodness gracious, Mike Malaya is going to hold on for the win. Woo! They don't call him Mad Mike for no reason. Mike Malaya was all types of sideways, pedaling it on and off. Orban kind of left a little slow, 60 foot, and then he got back in it, tried to drive around him, and Mike Malaya pitched the car sideways towards the wall and still barely got there to take the round win. Wow. Your next two, West Coast Outlaws, Gabe Cogswell and Cole Dow. Cogswell went for a ride himself yesterday. I think it was his first, or maybe it was his second pass of the day. He went riding the wheelie bars, wheels up to 500 feet down the racetrack and narrowly missed the wall. That blue 73 Nova, they call it the blue collar bullet, 484 cubic inches of Hemi out of Albany, Oregon, left side. Right side, Cole Dow out of Folsom, California, the SCR Enterprises and TBR Garage, 95 Buick Riviera. They call it the Redneck Riviera on the right-hand side. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need A gas, alpha gas for your third and final qualifying session to lanes 2 and 3. A gas needs you to lanes 2 and 3 for your third and final qualifying session. I will take Nostalgia Eliminator 1 for your third and final qualifying session to lane 6 and 7. Again, NE1, lane 6 and 7 for your third and final qualifying session. Cogswell and Dow. Here we go. Cogswell getting towards the center line. Cole getting towards the wall. Pulled the chutes early while he was still in it, but he's going to get the round win. Cogswell left, got up into tire shake, then got towards the center line, tried to pedal it. Wheels came back up. And then he decided to shut her down and save it for the consolation bracket for second round. Michelle Henry and Rich Feaster, your next two players here in West Coast Outlaw. Henry, left side, the illicit 1968 Firebird, the D&M Racing Team out of El Sobrante, California. 615 cubic inches of Chevy power under the hood. Right side, Rich Feaster out of Granite Bay, California. 64 GTO. 540 cubic inches of blown Hemi. Henry getting the wheelie bars adjusted. See a little bit of nitrous purge, getting the bottle pressure set just right for Michelle. And Rich is already almost in pre-stage. Well, now he's in pre-stage. Michelle taking her time, clearing it out a couple times, and now she pulls forward. She's in pre-stage. We're both in. Here we go. Michelle has issues trying to play catch-up, and she's not going to get there. Win light, Rich Feaster. Michelle had issues on the starting line, was way tardy on the reaction timer. Rich Feaster was not. He makes a solid A to B pass, and Henry ran out of real estate. Tim Braun, David Allman, your next two. Braun on the left side out of Cottonwood. The notorious 1970 Nova twin turbocharged 521 cubic inch big block Chevy. Gate Pro Services on board for Tim. David Allman right side, the TBR Garage Boys out of Shingle Springs, California, the 99 Firebird. Another twin turbocharged big block Chevy. It's very quiet out there. We're going to build the boost. We're going to bump it in. There we go. Tim, a little sideways, has to lift early. David Allman, A to B, turning on the electricity. David Allman moving on around number 2. And I believe this is our final pair, first round of West Coast Outlaws, Rocky Robinson and Jesse D'Amato. Robinson left side out of Los Molinos, California, the Tyler Green Fabrication 56 Chevy. Right side, Jesse D'Amato, Shingle Springs, California, the 92 blacked out Firebird. Also, if you watch, Rocky Robinson will drive that car back from like the turnoff. He'll drive it under power, get his ticket, and drive to the pit. I watched him do it yesterday, and I was rather impressed that they're driving a, you know, big block like a bracket car, basically, all the way back to the pit. And Robinson rolls through the beams, so Jesse D'Amato is going to pick up the round win. That's going to do it for West Coast Outlaws round number 1. I got A Gas and I got NE1 in the lanes, as well as CIFA Funny Cars, who will be out next. Once again, I have called NE1 for qualifying session number 3 to lanes 6 and 7. NE1, if you're not here, you're late. NE1, you should be here lanes 6 and 7. How about a little bit of top fuel action? Kenny Cummings out of Nanton, Alberta, Canada. And that Hartman chassis front engine dragster. Kenny making his license passes for his AA fuel, top fuel dragster. Yesterday he made a plan, shut off the 330. Let's see if he'll go maybe to the 8th mile this time. Don't forget, later on we're also going to have the beast Jeff Atamian's Jet Draxter making a couple appearances as we get into our night show later on this evening. Crew members step away, they're going to send them on through. .103.3 to 60 foot, 269.9 to the 330, and then shutting it off 440 with a 9 at the 8th. CIFA Funny Car Q2, second and final qualifying session for CIFA Funny Cars. Mark Tarabokia and James Mayer, and Mark Tarabokia's car shut off as he was rolling up to the water box, and James Mayer's just sitting there next to him waiting with the car running, building temperature. There we go. Taraboki is back in it. Couple of long, smoky burnouts here to start us off here. Our second qualifying session of CIFA Funny Car. Mark Tarabokia, left side out of North Plains, Oregon, the commercial fisherman, wheeling that orange 1970 CUDA. Your number 4 qualifier currently with a 642.3 on that 590 index. Right side, James Mayer, Junior Vibes out of Whittier, California. 1984 Tempo. Currently qualified number 2 with a 6047. Good vibrations of motorsports on board of Mayor's machine. Oh, we love dry hops. Always here for the dry hops. So Tarabokia got a little bit of an improvement to do. 642.3. Got a long way to go to get to 590. James Mayer, a much smaller window for improvement on that 604.7 from yesterday. Here we go. $598.4 for James Mayer. How about you? I'll say that's an improvement. Mark Tarabokia, 605.5, also improving, but he kind of rolled the starting line, was 50 red on the tree. That was interesting. Hey, what are you doing up here? Shouldn't you be down there? Your next two, Andre Pagano and Jim Mayer. Pagano left side, straight out of Compton. And yes, I'm going to keep making that joke. The Windjammer 04 Camaro, your number 6 qualifier. Right side, Jim Mayer. The other Good Vibrations Motorsports machine out of Whittier, the 85 Tempo. Jim Mayer qualified in number 5 with a 669.3, so both of these guys got a bit of improvement. They want to gain any qualifying position. Troy Baugh needs you to the tower, please. Troy Baugh needs you to the tower, please. Troy Baugh, come on to the tower, please. Jim's already pre-staged, waiting on Andre. Andre leaves before the tree is activated. Jim Mayer getting down through there. The little sachet, 604.2 for Jim Mayer. How about it? That'll improve him big time. From number 5 to number 3 in the qualifying order. There's a Mayer sandwich 1 through 3 with a Rick Alvarado in the middle right now. Kenny Berneisen and Rick Alvarado. The Little Mighty Mouse on the right side. This 86 Corvette out of Wheatland, California. Your number 2 qualifier with a 6019. Left side, Ken Berneisen out of Mather, California. The heart and soul of what used to be Sacramento Raceway. R.I.P. Ken, the KB Racing 96 Camaro. Your number 5 qualifier with a 627.5. All these guys are going to have to find a little bit more power if they want to catch up to the Mayers. And, well, Rick's already kind of up there at 6019, but James Mayer just shot off of the only 5-second pass of qualifying, 598.4. So these guys are going to have to find a little horsepower. We're pre-staged. We're in. Here we go. And Rick Alvarado breaks something because the engine just skyrocketed. And it didn't go anywhere. Ken Berneisen, 662.7, will not improve him. Oh, but now it's in gear. Interesting. Jess Gutierrez and Mike Troxel, your next two. Gutierrez, the left side out of Oakley, California. The Ryan Smith Racing 83 Firebird. Not qualified. Right side, Mike Troxel out of Sacramento. The Hart Racing 93 Trans Am. So Mike Troxel qualified with a 965, so he had issues, and Jess Gutierrez has not made a representative qualifying pass, so this is their last shot. We qualify an 8-car field. Right now, Jess is outside looking in. They're going to have to knock off Tony. Jess cannot get down the track. Troxel, how about 6066? That'll be a massive improvement for Troxel. Going to go to number 5. Troy Baugh, need you to the tower, please. Troy Baugh, please come to the tower. Troy Baugh, come to the tower, please. All right, we're going to do a quick little track prep session real quick. Get the track surface buttoned up before we send the fast guys down the racetrack. We got A Gas and NE1 locked and loaded, ready to go. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need B Gas, Bravo Gas to lanes 2 and 3 for your third and final. Scratch that. B Gas, I need you lanes 4 and 5. B Gas for your third and final qualifier to lanes 4 and 5. Once again, B Gas, Bravo Gas, need you to lanes 4 and 5, please, for your third and final qualifying session. A Gas, third and final qualifying session, Frank Miranda and Chris Curtis. Frank Miranda, your number 7 qualifier on the left-hand side at El Paso Robles, California. The Lemons Headers home wrecker 459 American Rambler wagon. West Coast converters on board as well. Right side, Chris Curtis, the Aqua Flow and Ken Turf 70 Chevelle. Out of Bakersfield, California, your number 5 qualifier. Third and final shot. This one will set the ladder in A-Gas. A little movement down there for Miranda. Lifts early. Curtis, 758.2, 178. He's going to stay 5. Miranda not going to improve. Stays number 7. Next pair, Casey Truer and Tom Fowler. Truer left side, out of Santa Maria, California. The 33 Willys, your number 4 qualifier currently with a 763.6. Right side, Tom Fowler out of Paso Robles, California. The King's Oil Tools 69 Camaro. Qualified number 2 currently with a 762.0. Only one that's gone 760 anything is Ray Padgett. Everyone else is 762 or slower, so see if we can get a second or maybe third player in that 760 area by the end of this third qualifying session here. How about 7.608, 181 miles an hour for Tom Fowler. There you go, number 2 right there for Tom Fowler. Well, he's going to stay number 2, but he does improve. Casey Truer wasn't far off, 7:59.1, 9 thou too quick, 175 miles an hour. Truer's going to stay number 4. Once again, B Gas, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. B Gas, you should be in lanes 4 and 5, ready to go for your third qualifying session. B Gas should be in lanes 4 and 5 for your third and final qualifying session. Ray Padgett and Tom Huggins. Padgett on the left side. The 63 Corvette, the laser leveling services machine, your number 1 qualifier with a 760 with a 6. Tom Huggins right side. They're both out of Santa Paula, California. Huggins, the 62, the white Corvette, Over on the Platinum Constructions and Concrete side of the racetrack, your number 3 qualifier with a 762.3. Whoa, Ray Padgett getting a little sachet down there, has to lift. Tom Huggins, 765-1, 180 miles an hour. Ray Padgett looking like a good run up early, and then about 1,000 foot, got a little sideways, decided to lift and save it for first round. He's already number 1 qualifier, so he's going to stay there. Huggins going to stay at number 3. Cliff Boyles, Weasel Anders. Boyles left side out of Rancho Cordova. The 53 Studebaker. Your number 6 qualifier. Right side of Weasel Anders. The Bitney family and Juggers Racing Machine. The 67 Nova out of South San Francisco. Your number 8 qualifier. His best pass, 796.4. So he's got a little bit of work to do. Otherwise, he's going to have to race Mr. Ray Padgett first round as it stands. Cliff Boyles, Weasel Anders, how about it? Weasel Anders 7608. As the shot clock expires on qualifying, Weasel Anders goes from 8 to 3. Cliff Boyles gonna go number 7. Hey, just like I drew it up, I said there'd be, 2 or 3 760s, and we have 3 at the end of qualifying. It'll go as follows. Ray Padgett 1, Tom Fowler 2, Weasel Anders 3, Tom Huggins 4, Casey Truer 5, Chris Curtis 6, Cliff Boyle 7, and Frank Miranda number 8. We got NE1 locked and loaded, ready to go at the red line. They will be next.
Nostalgia Eliminator 2. I need you to head to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. I need you to head to the back of the lanes for pairings. C Gas, hello, C Gas. Why don't you come on in lanes 6 and 7, please. C Gas, coming in 6 and 7, you'll be right behind the Nostalgia Eliminator 1 cars. But again, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, head to the back of the lanes for pairings. Okay, West Coast Outlaws, you're going to have your chip draw at Troy's trailer in 20 minutes. That's a lot of tees. So, West Coast Outlaws, chip draw for round number 2, Troy's trailer, 20 minutes. One of the little problems with little lightweight front engine dragsters is sometimes they don't like to back up quite correctly, as Bill DeMartin just found out the hard way. Final hit here for Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Your number 3 qualifier, that's Gabe Brown over here. The runner from Reno. DeMartin from Sacramento, a little shorty front engine car, blown and injected 427 Chevrolet. 778 his best time out of the number 8 spot. Right now, go better than Sean Wood. 7619, and you get to be on top of the stack, and top of the stack is a good thing to be here because you got a buy run around number 1. See if DeMartin slowed it down enough. Get away from that. 755. Oops, that's too quick. 177, 892. DeMartin decided to get over there in that freshly paved asphalt region next to the wall, and, well, he didn't want to get any closer to it, so, yeah, you know how it goes. Let's move on to our next two. I see Matt Garcia getting set to go, and Gabe Wood. Or, excuse me, not Gabe Wood. Sean Wood. Your number 1 qualifier getting set to go down the right side of the road. We used to call that the airport side. Maybe still they call it the airport side. I don't know. Matt Garcia, the player from Acampo, a Jack Winans 32 Bantam Roadster. Blown alcohol dart head Chevrolet. Right now, he's not run quicker than 8 seconds flat. Wood has gone 7.619, and that put him on the top of the deck. Again, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, go see Paul in the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, back of the lanes for pairings. Okay, let's see if Matt Garcia can do something better than the number 9 spot he's in. One would be good. Remember, 1 gets you everything, and that's where Sean's sitting right now. Nobody's gone 7.60 anything in this category, which is like the only one in the nostalgia groups that hasn't done it. Time to do it. Ready? Go. Garcia's car picked up a little bit more. Has it got enough? 769. 171 the speed. That'll help. 754 for Sean Wood. Well, Sean, it's a good thing you're on top of the list. 769. Garcia moves from number 9 to number 6. Steve Schoenfeld sneaks round the bend. I'd say he's the long distance runner, but we got a top fuel car from Alberta, and I had to look up to see exactly where in Alberta was. It was southeast of Calgary. We got a car from Montana. Got them everywhere. Arizona, San Diego, good old Redding. Here's Steve Schoenfeld and Raymond Nicholas. Steve, number 7 right now. Nicholas, number 8. You see, gassers are so good. You got right in there right quick. Thank you. I can see Nostalgia 2 starting to get built up because I see, well, few cars already back there, kind of meandering around. Paul will help you. He'll send you up the lanes. See what happens here. Steve Schoenfeld, Raymond Nicholas, 760 anything, and right now that's going to give you a free ride in round one. We're off. We're running. We're done in 7-6-1-1. Well, if you're not going to go 7-6-0-7, 7-6-11 is going to put Steve Schoenfeld on the top of the stack by 8 thousandths of a second. Nicholas 7-7-7-5 doesn't do better than his 7-7-3-7, and he will stay in number 8. And I was talking about, just cars from our continent as being the long distance runner. I totally forgot about this one. A.J. Martin, Hinamarsh Island, Australia. I had to look it up. To go from Reading to there right now to fly, it's going to be a day and 2 hours. Go down to San Francisco, and it's just going to be, 17 hours and 50 minutes. Kenny Upton, A.J. Martin, your next two. So Kenny Upton, number 3 qualifier right now, 762. A.J. Martin, 767. Right now, number 6 qualifier. Steve Schoenfeld, he's pretty happy about 761, but he sure left a lot of room. It's not like this is Kenny Upton's first dance. AJ, he's probably doing it a while. He's not exactly a kid either. Of course, he's been doing it, on the wrong side. They probably go from the finish line to the starting line in Australia for that Coriolis effect. A 004 is going to win a lot of races in nostalgia racing. 759.8. Ouch. You know what that would have meant if he had just, turned those 2000s the other direction? Number 1. But you can do a lot with a 004 light and the ability to run dead 7.6s there. Kenny Upton is going to be tough. It looks like one remaining car. Jason Barta. The Barta and Coburn team. Tribute to the famed Ridge Route terrors Warren and Coburn. Right now, number 6, excuse me, I'll shuffle it out. Right now, number 5 at 765. That's Jason Barta. So we got B Gas at the ready line. Okay, let's set the field. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Going 7.647. He improved a little bit. Don't know what changed things, but that finishes up qualifying there. Let's go to B Gas. Brian Franks was really early, trying to get out of the 12th spot. What's he do? 854. 8601. Mike Gillespie just says, hey, everybody, take one big step back. All right, what happened there is right. Cars are getting close to stage. We've got to report from the top, and there was something on the track, and you could see it right there at the 8th mile. And so we had to quick do it. So the racers, sorry about. Kevin Albert, Chris Torres. What have they got for us? 862, that's pretty good. 869, that's not good. So the 62 is going to put Kevin Albert up into the 5 spot. Torres State number 8 is Tim Gorman, and Kevin Pope gets set to go next. Gorman, number 6 right now. Pope, number 7. Everybody gets to race. It's just who you get to race against. And, well, where you are on the ladder determines where the buy runs happen. We're off. We're running. We're 2 foul apart. We're at the stripe. We go 8-6-0-6 and 8-6-1-9. Wow. Gorman to the 4 spot. Pope to the 5 spot. Now, let's see what Neil Westbrook and Glenn Leininger have for us. We're still missing one NE2 car. Yeah, you don't know if you're broken. It's Chamberlain. We need you here. Scott Chamberlain, need you here. D Gas, going to lanes 6 and 7, please. D Gas, get behind the C gassers and C 6 and 7. Westbrook, no problems at all. Leininger going 764 or 864. That's good. 10-10. Well, that actually picked up a tick. 864 is going to put Westbrook into the number 8 spot here. Here comes Richie Zondervan. The Taco Bravo special out of San Jose. Yes, that restaurant still exists. I've Googled it a few times just to see. It's not like I'm going to drive all the way to San Jose for Mexican food, but, you know, if I'm down there one day, hey, I might stop at Taco Bravo. Vince Reale, the runner from Sacramento, the American Water Truck Services special. 71 Nova. Here comes 1,235 cubic inches of Chevrolet. All you have to do is run 860. Let's see how big of a motor you need to do it with. Reale goes in deep a little bit. Doesn't harm him during qualifying. 8666. That's not going to change. He's already number 3. 8697. Not going to help Richie Zondervan. Carl Weisenhunt, Crystal Lynch, your final 2, and then we start some eliminations.
Car number 7136, Chamberlain, needs you to the back of the lanes right now. Car number 7136, Chamberlain, needs you to the back of the lanes right now.
D Gas going to 6 and 7, please. D Gas again, 6 and 7. Nostalgia Eliminator 3. You can probably go to 1 and 2. It looks like I pretty much got all of my, or 2 and 3. I pretty much got all my Nostalgia 2 cars in here. So the cars remaining in Nostalgia 3 roll into lanes 2 and 3. We's racing for real right now. Andrew Grafton and Sam Tucker, first 2. Here comes Nostalgia 2, round number 1. Wind lights mean something now. Sam Tucker does the wind light, 863 at 150. Grafton goes out here, 867 at 150 miles an hour. Time for Logan to start earning his keep.
All right, we're back. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, round number 1 of Eliminations. Continuing on here, Jeff Schultz and Duke Baker. Schultz on the left-hand side, your number 16 qualifier out of Gold Hill, Oregon. 39-year-old HVAC installer by trade. That orange front-engine Draxer on the left side. The Les Schwab Tires side of the racetrack. Right side, Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. The 69 chassis front-engine Draxer. Your number 7 qualifier. So number 16 and number 7 going to do battle here. Schultz. Baker, pre-staged. Here we go. Wind light says right side Duke Baker. About 49 reaction time, 862.2. On that 860 index, Jeff Schultz got there first, got to the finish line first by 7 thousandths of a second, breaks it out, 854.9 on the 860 index. Was mathematically ineligible to win the race as he was real tardy on the starting line. Your next 2, Spanky McGee and Gene Fitzsimmons. Spanky on the left side, the Twisted Racing, 23T altered out of Red Bluff, California, your number 13 qualifier, right side. Gene Fitzsimmons out of Eureka, up there in Northern California. Well, we're already kind of Northern California, but a little more north than us. The Madonna Racing 39 Topolino, your number 4 qualifier. Doug Simpson Photography sponsored Hot Rod. You can see Doug riding around on his bike and taking pictures of everybody this weekend. He's also got his trailer up by the front entrance to go see him. He's got these really cool banners that he makes too. Perfectly fits the entrance of your trailer. Spanky and Gene, 1,000th of a second separates them in reaction time. Wind light says right side Gene Fitzsimmons on a double breakout. How about 858.3 is the winner here for Gene Fitzsimmons. Spanky got to the finish line first by 66 thousandths of a second, breaks it out more. 851 with the 8 on the 860 index, no good. Gene Fitzsimmons moves on to round number 2. It brings up Blaine Neal and Adam Westbrook. Neal on the left-hand side out of Brookings, Oregon, the Fuller chassis front engine Draxer, the purple people leader on the left-hand side, your number 19 qualifier, has only made 1 run this weekend. Adam Westbrook on the right side, the blue 32 Bantam out of Porterville, California, your number 10 qualifier. Bantam's out ahead early. Neal's going to have to try and play catch up. Wind light, Blaine Neal takes it. 862.9. Good enough for the round win. Takes the finish line first by 62 thousandths of a second. 1/10 separated them on the reaction time. Blaine Neal was in a whole lot of trouble early. Adam Westbrook with a 0.42 reaction time was in front. And then 879.1 at 145 miles an hour was all that Adam Westbrook could muster. And Blaine Neal drove right around him. Eddie Lucas and Chris Erickson. Now your next two. Lucas on the left side out of Modesto, California. The 48 Topolino, your number 3 qualifier. Going up against Chris Erickson out of Gustine. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need Delta Gas, D Gas, Delta Gas. Need you to lanes 2 and 3 for your third and final qualifying session. Once again, D Gas, Delta Gas. Need you to lanes 2 and 3 for your third and final qualifying session. Chris Erickson, deep stages, and once you're in eliminations, that's a big no-no in the Heritage Series. So Eddie Lucas gonna take the round win. 0:45 reaction time, 8:58.0. Moving on to round number 2. Once again, D Gas, Delta Gas, need you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 needs you to lanes 4 and 5. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 needs you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Just a heads up for everybody, after Hot Rod runs their first round here in a little bit, we are going to take a short break. Let our staff eat some lunch, let the spectators grab something to eat. Hey, go check out the Junior Draxter 50-50 raffle and the race package for the September Heritage Series race over there. That'll be a perfect time for you guys to go do that. Well, once again, we are going to be taking a little break after first round of Hot Rod. Jeff Brockhauser and Eric Warner are going to be your next two here in Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Brockhauser on the left-hand side out of Forest Ranch, California. The Bad Moon Rising 32 Bantam, that sparkly gold thing on the left-hand side, your number 18 qualifier. Right side, Eric Warner out of Redding, California. The Warner Enterprises Incorporated 27 Ford, your number 9 qualifier. Identical reaction times. It's going to come down to who can get there first without breaking out. How about, wow, Jeff Brockhauser, 18 on the tree, 8602. 20 thou package. And lays down a lap there on Eric Warner, sends him home packing, your number 18 qualifier. Going to move on to round number 2 by 47 thousandths of a second at the finish line. 18 dead 2 for Jeff Brockhauser. How about you? Laying it down here in NE2. In your legal buy run here. Final car of NE2, Greg Stevens. Oh, I lied. By having a podium broke single here. Because these are number 5 qualifiers, so this is not the laddered buy. No, okay, so Tom Christian unable to make the call. Greg Stevens going to get the opponent no-show single here on the left side out of Eureka, California. That blue 23 altered. .048 to start. Oh, missed it by 1 thou, 8:59.9, 148 miles an hour for Greg Stevens, moving on to second round. Here is your laddered buy run, Terry Lindblad. Your number 1 qualifier via the 860 with a 2. Terry That structural steel machine out of Forest Ranch, California. 1966 year Mark Williams chassis front engine Draxer with a 392 cubic inch Chrysler motor. We can see what Terry's going to do here on his freebie in around number 2. Regardless of what happens, he's got a spot next round, so feel free to do whatever you need to do here. Yeah, 8627, 153 miles an hour for Terry Lindblad. We'll see him next round. Sam Hughes and Gary Ryan looks like our final pair of NE2, and then oh no, I lied. We got at least one more coming here. Hughes left side, Ryan right side. Win like Gary Ryan, 27 up front, 863.8. Moving on around number 2. Jim Horn gonna get the freebie. Looks like Scott Chamberlain was unable to make the call, so Jim Horn gonna get the free pass in around number 2 via the opponent no-show. .027 reaction time to start for Jim Horn. 5:39.6 to the 8. 8:61.5, 149 to the quarter, and that's going to wrap it up for first round of Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Moving into C-Gas, back to qualifying. Bruce Boardman and Gary Lynch. And Austin Healy versus an Anglia. Looking for 960 on the scoreboard. 935.5, 140 for Boardman, way too quick. Lynch, 962.8, 138, will not improve. Kent Coombs and Mark Jordan. Coombs left side, Jordan right side. 956.8 for Kent Coombs will not improve. Jordan 947.7 at 140 went faster and will not improve. Scott Morgan and Bobby Hartshorn. Morgan left side. Your number 1 qualifier out of Tracy, California, the BTNS AV 67 Camaro. Right side, Bobby Hartshorn out of Oroville, the 5th Avenue body shop machine, that 1970 Duster. Your number 9 qualifier. 9.660.139 for Morgan. Will stay 1, will not improve. Bobby Hartshorn, 9.670.136, will not improve, stays number 9. John Friel, Chris Ray. Left side, Friel, that orange 67 Nova out of Arbuckle, your number 8 qualifier currently. Chris Ray, right side, the 7-up 64 Chevy Twice, your number 11 qualifier on the right-hand side. $9,670.139 for John Friel, will not improve. Chris Ray, $957.9.138, will not improve. They stay 8 and 11 respectively. Artie Pava, the wheel stand in 70 Camaro, those super muscle parts machine out of Sacramento, left side, coming out of the number 13 spot. Right side, Michael Karate, your number 7 qualifier, that's CNG Racing 1970 Nova. Your reigning March Meet champion over there. That's Silver Nova. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need Hot Rod for round number 1. Hot Rod, round number 1. Need you to 6 and 7. Hot Rod, round number 1. Need you to lane 6 and 7, please. Michael Karate, 960 with a 9, 139. That'll improve him from number 7 to number 2 on the qualifying sheet. Lee Roberts, Walter Clevitt. Lee Roberts, that blue pick-em-up truck from Sparks, Nevada on the left side. Right side, Walter Clevitt out of Loomis, the 71 Barracuda. $957.5, 136 for Lee Roberts is going to stay number 7. Walter Clevitt, 964.0, 137 miles an hour, will stay number 3. Looks like our final C-Gas runner. After this, we'll have a ladder for first round set for C-Gas. RJ Simrock. With Santee, California, the chassis builder by trade in that 67 Mustang. Last one who can make a shot at number 1. He's got to do better than 960 with a 5. Not going to do it. 963.4, 140 for RJ Simrock. Going to go up to number 6. He will improve. That's going to set the ladder for first round of C-Gas. Once again, Hot Rod, you have been called for first round of eliminations. Hot Rod to 6 and 7, please. D Gas, third and final qualifying session. Stephen Canton and Doug Fournier. Canton left side, 1069.1, 106 is going to stay. Oh, he might improve actually. Doug Fournier, 1058.4 right side, will not improve. Canton's going to go from number 7 to, well, stays 7, but he did improve, so there's that. Rogers now left side in the 68 Camaro. Bergman right side in the 66 Mustang. $1058.3, 126 there for Bill Rogers is going to stay number 4. Norm Bergman, 1063.3, 123. Well, can't really improve on 1, so he's going to stay number 1. James Burt, beautiful car. The 55 Bel Air, that thing is just a masterpiece. Your number 6 qualifier out of Kingsbury, California, left side. Right side, Steve Ribeiro. The 1972 Nova out of Millbrae. Currently qualified number 9. There we go, 10.609, 125 for James Burt. That'll improve him from number 6 to number 4. Jim Taylor, Bill Norton. Taylor left side. Out of Anderson, the 63 Nova. Well, the black 63 Nova, your number 8 qualifier. Right side, that's the yellow, green, pink, purple, blue, orange 63 Nova. Comfortably numb is what they call it. That's Bill Norton out of Twain Hart, California, your number 3 qualifier. $11.16.7 for Jim Taylor. He's going to stay number 8. Bill Norton, 10.57.3, 123. Going to stay number 3. And our final D Gas runner in this third and final session of qualifying, Steve Barta. Currently qualified number 2. He's got to improve by 2 thou if he wants to go number 1. He's not going to do it. 10.54.7, 123. Barta stays 2. That will set our D Gas ladder. Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Third and final qualifying session coming at you. Once again, Hot Rod, you have been called to the lanes. Hot Rod, for first round of eliminations, you have been called. Eric Harmon, Don Mallory. Harmon left side in the purple 27 Roadster. Mallory right side in the 23 Ford. Harmon 957.5, 137. Mallory right side 954.3, 135. Christina Presser and Mike Munson. Presser on the left-hand side out of Lebanon, Oregon. Your number 3 qualifier. Munson on the right side out of Lake Tapps, Washington. Qualified numero uno. $950 with a 7, 138 for Christina Presser is going to stay number 3. Mike Munson, 966.7, 135 is your number 1 qualifier, and that will set our Nostalgia Eliminator 3 ladder. We got Hot Rod coming at you next, first round of eliminations. Hey, don't forget, while it's quiet for just a second, we got the Junior Draxter programs 50-50 raffle going on over here next to the Jeans Burgers sign. Get yourself a 50-50 raffle ticket. The proceeds from that will go to helping get our Junior Draxter kiddos to Las Vegas for their Division 7 ET finals later on this year in September. They also have a full race package for the next Heritage Series event here in September. You get your entry plus 2 crew members into the track for our next Heritage race up here at Reading. $10 a ticket, also at the Junior Draxter booth over here next to the Jeans Burgers pit. $10 may or may not get you your entire entry fee paid for, plus 2 crew members for the next Heritage Series event here, so definitely go get you a $10 ticket. Tony said that he is checking to make sure every single racer goes and gets one of those tickets. Proceeds for that also will go towards helping the Junior Draxter kiddos get to Vegas for their ET finals. Hot Rod, if you're not here, you're late. Hot Rod, round number 1 of eliminations. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Make sure everybody's got a dial in on the driver's side of the car. This is first round of eliminations. For all the spectators out there, this is a dial your own index category, so every driver, every car is going to have their own dial in number on the side of the car. That's the number they're trying to hit. Go faster than that, you break out, you lose. The name of the game is get to the finish line first without breaking out. That's how you win around here in Hot Rod. First round coming at you. Left side, Dale Hicks at a Goodyear, Arizona. 1265 on the window for Dale Hicks. That's 68 Chevy. That's not a 68 Chevy. Oh, that's the guy that's, yeah, that's the guy that's running his car. Robert Dietz right side in that 67 Mustang. 1320 the dial in for the Mustang, and Dale Hicks is going to lift early. Robert Dietz going to pick up the round win. 1330 with an 8. Moving on to round number 2. Greg Duffy, Justin Crosby. Duffy left side, 13-15 the dial in for that 63 Ford. Justin Crosby right side, 10-59 the dial in for the 62 Dart. So Duffy on the left side is going to leave first. Justin's going to give chase, and he's going to try to hawk him down before the finish line comes. Wow. Big hole shot advantage to the right side. Justin Crosby's on it. Finish line says right side. Justin Crosby, 002 reaction time, 10:68 on the 10:59. Got there with plenty of room to spare. Greg Duffy, 0:58 reaction time, and then 13:38 on the 13:15. And he's going to pack it up and head back to Bloxburg. Crosby moves on to round number 2. Steve Madrigal and Tony Rocca, your next two. Madrigal left side, the 69 Nova dialed in, 948. Right side, Tony Rocca, 1070 on the window for the 68 Camaro out of Modesto. Red light start, Steve Madrigal. Big red, 59 thou red. Automatic wind light going to go to Tony Rocca, 25 to start, and 1063.1 at 117 miles an hour out the back door. Greg Racicott and Brian Hawksley, your next two. Racicott left side, 1155 the dial in for the 63 Nova, the teal one out of Ventura, California. Right side, Brian Hawksley, 1060 the dial in for the Tehachapi-based 65 Chevy. Big hole shot advantage for the left side, but he's going to break out. Brian Hawksley gets away with one, 1061.9 on the 1060. Reaction time started with a .2. Greg Racicott, 056 on the reaction timer, and then goes and breaks it out, 11:43.4, taking 3/10 finish line. And that one's going to sting a little bit, I would imagine. Phil Wamberg, Joy Tucker. Wamberg left side, 1190 for the El Camino. Joy Tucker right side, the 66 Satellite. She is your 2023 Hot Rod Heritage Series champion.
And the points leader right now.
And currently your Hot Rod points leader. Joy just tearing it up the past 2 years in the Heritage Series. She's got the reaction time advantage here, 29 to a 60. Wind light. Oh, Joy Tucker. Joy Tucker breaks out 1 thou takes a 56th thou finish line, 10:88.9 on the 10:89, breaks it out. Phil Wamberg gets away with one, 0:60 reaction time, 11:92.4, good enough for the dub. Payne, your points leader, out early in round one. Joseph Rakes and Tony Citro, your next two. Win light's going to go to Tony Citro. Greg Rakes starts with a red light and a big one. Win light Tony Citro, who was also red, but less red. 988.2 on the 990 dial, and Tony Citro will be back for round number 2. John Carvalho left side, 10-11 the dial-in for the Camaro. Out of Modesto, right side, David Rudd. Wow. These two would race each other in pro on any given Saturday or Sunday right here at Reading at our points races. And David Rudd turns it 4 thou red in round 1. John Carvalho going to take the freebie in round number 2. 0:35 to start and 10:13.4 at 134 miles an hour. David Rudd, 4 red, 13:10 on the 13:14 dial. No good. Early exit for your 2023 Sportsman Points Champion at Reading. Steve Cochran and Scott Morgan. Cochran left side and Morgan right side. There goes Cochran. Here comes Scott Morgan trying to hawk him down. Wind light says Scott Morgan, 968.2 on the 963 dial-in. Good enough for a round 1 victory. Cochran had the starting line advantage, but gets there first by a ton and breaks it out 11.83.6 on the 11.95. Greg Rudd and Doug Rudd. What are these two doing? Keeping it in the family first round, I guess. Greg left side, Doug right side. Wind light, Doug Rudd. 0:21 reaction time and gets there with plenty of time to spare. 11:58 on the 11:29. Greg missed the tree and missed the dial big time. Gary Ekman, Brian Davila. Ekman left side, 1070 the dial-in for the 72 Plymouth out of Marysville. Right side, Brian Davila. Adios, amigos. The Fearless 55 out of Dixon. 1165 the dial-in for the 55. Big red light start for Gary Ekman. Brian Davila going to take the round win. 0:36 reaction time to start. 11:75 on the 11:65 for Brian Davila. Moving on to round number 2 of Hot Rod. Norm Bergman and Johnny Michaels, I think. Bergman, 1062 left side for that baby blue 66 Mustang. Michaels right side, 1037 the dial-in for the copper 69 Cuda. Oof. One of them's in a lot of trouble. Wind light, yep, Norm Bergman, 0:12 reaction time. 1065.8 on the 1062 to take a 1/10 of a second at the finish line to move on to round number 2. Johnny Michaels missed the tree. And then goes 1042 on the 1037, missed the dial in 2, and that equals no bueno. Don Momey, your legal buy run here in first round of Hot Rod. .908 the dial in, 13 thou red, but that's okay. 919.2 at 144 miles an hour. And with that, we are going to take a break, get some lunch, all the spectators. You guys go check out Gene's Burger. You can go check out the Players Pizza. The Players Pizza truck over next to the Towerside grandstands. Go check out the Junior Draxer raffles. They got 2 different raffles going on. One's a 50-50, and one is an entire race package for the Heritage Race in September. So you get your entry fee paid for plus 2 crew members for the Heritage Race here in September. Valued at $250 or $10 a ticket. If you plan on coming to the Heritage Race here in September, highly recommend you grab one of those tickets because you just might get your entire entry paid for. So that being said, I'm going to mute the live stream, turn on some music, and we'll be back to racing at, what'd you say? 3:45. 3:45 will be the next cars going down the racetrack.
Thank you, Paul. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Joy. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Memorial Day weekend. Let's go racing. Round number 2 of, I believe, 535 Index going to be coming at you in just a second. Track's ready to go. Crew's ready to go. And it's all eliminations from here on out. We will crown winners. First pair on the docket, 535 Index, round number 2, Corey Thompson and Corey Cooper. So one of the Coreys is going to win for sure. Thompson on the left-hand side, the 1967 Chevelle out of Milwaukee, Oregon, your number 2 qualifier. Right side, Corey Cooper did not make a qualifying pass. I mean, he staged the car, so he got on the ladder, but did not get past the starting line either time. And he somehow managed to find his way into second round. Cooper on the right side at a Bay Point, California, the 1970 Nova. Here we go. Cooper out with the whole shot advantage and a win light to Corey Cooper. 5:47.2, 126 miles an hour. Got there first by 0.2 of a second. More than enough to seal up the round 2 victory. Thompson late on the tree, way late on the tree, and then 5:42.7, 140 miles an hour, no good. Corey Cooper moves on to round number 3. Your next pair, Meyer and Meyer, keeping it in the family, this pair. Danny Meyer, left side, out of Chico, California, 29-year-old fabricator by trade, the 1969 Dart. The black with red stripe machine on the left side, 446 cubic inches of Mopar. Right side, Brian Meyer. The 68 Charger, the red with black stripe. And the Platinum Construction side of the racetrack, 572 cubic inches of Mopar for Brian, who's having issues trying to get it in reverse. Still trying to get Brian backed up from the burnout. Danny is waiting. Getting hot. Still cannot get Brian into reverse. There it goes. So we are going to have a pair here. So Danny Meyer left side, Brian Meyer right side. Danny in the black car, Brian in the orange-ish car. Winner goes to the semifinals. Red light start, Danny Meyer. Brian Meyer gonna take the win after all the shenanigans on the starting line. Brian Meyer, 5:49.2, 129 miles an hour. Danny Meyer, I guess, ran out of patience, left the starting line way too early, goes 5:58.2. And Brian Meyer gonna move on to the semifinals. Or maybe not, quarterfinals. Sam Ivey going to get the solo shot here out of Fortuna, the 71 Vega. 5:41.2, 130 miles an hour out the back door. Brian Franks and Bill Anderson, your next two. Both of these competitors are also entered in B Gas, so they very well could race again in a different category at some point today. Brian Franks on the left side. The Dark Heart Brewery 1968 Camaro, your number 1 qualifier. Bill Anderson right side in his 1968 Camaro, your number 5 qualifier. Advantage to the left side for Brian Franks. Wind light left side, Brian Franks. About 37 to start. 0:37 reaction time, 5:36.4 at 128 miles an hour. Got the win by 49 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Bill Anderson, 0:58 reaction time, 5:39.2 at 1:30. And 49 thou behind at the finish line. Robin Crotton and Tim Van Toll, your next two. Crotton left side, Toll right side. Crotton on and off the gas, trying to reel him back in, and he gets the job done. How about Robin Crotton? 0:03 margin of victory, 3 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory at the finish line for Robin Crotton, who had the reaction time advantage. Goes 5:58.4 at 109 miles an hour. Closing the gap at the finish line, making sure he didn't break out. Tim Van Toll missed the tree big time. Goes 5:53.9 at 130. No good. Chris Schmidt and Todd Brenton, your next two. Chris Schmidt on the left-hand side. The Live Oak, California-based 57 Chevy. Beautiful machine on the left side. Your number 8 qualifier, right side, Todd Brenton out of Pineville, Oregon. That's 64 Malibu. Another beautiful car. And some of these guys in 535. Got some nice whips. Real quiet out there. Reaction time advantage to the right side for the Malibu. Win light, right side. Malibu, Todd Brenton. 5:38.5 on the 5:35 index. Got to the finish line first by 1/10 of a second. Good enough to move on to round number 3. Schmidt was behind on the starting line, and then 5:47.5. Too slow, no good. Moving into our West Coast Outlaws category, no time, first to the finish line, you're the winner. That's it. Michelle Henry left side out of El Sobrante, California. The D&M Racing Illicit 68 Firebird, 615 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power under the scoop for Henry. Right side, Rocky Robinson out of Los Molinos, California. The Tyler Green Fabrication 56 Chevy. 565 cubic inches of Chevy power for Rocky. We're in. Go. I guess Rocky was waiting for something. Michelle Henry's going to streak down through there with a win light. Rocky Robinson, not sure what was going on there, but he left way late. They were both late, but Rocky was like way, way late. Michelle Henry going to move on to round number 2. Mike Orban, Gabe Cogswell. Your next two, Orban is a small tire, pro-charged 868 Camaro on the left-hand side out of Grass Valley, California. Right side, Gabe Cogswell out of Albany, Oregon. Big tire, 73 Nova. The blue collar bullet, 484 cubic inches of Hemi power with a couple of Nagasaki Spinny Boys on the front for Gabe. This is the first time I've seen the small tire cars race the big tire cars in West Coast Outlaw, but I guess the small tire guys decided they wanted to come have some fun this weekend, so they are fighting an uphill battle, but you never know. Anything can happen here. Cogswell has been pulling the wheels to half track or farther every time he makes a hit. There he goes, wheels up to half track again. Cogswell stayed in it though, turns on the wind light. Orban tried to stay with them but had issues down low, tried to get back in it, couldn't run him down. Cogswell will come back for round number 3. Something came off of Mike Orban's car there. We have to go down and retrieve it before we send the next pair. Your next pair, Tim Braun and Troy Baugh. Braun on the left side at a Cottonwood. Gate Pro Services on board of the notorious 1970 Nova, 521 cubic inches of twin turbo power for Braun. Right side, Troy Baugh, the Oaktown Hustler. That 1970 blown Camaro, 526 cubic inches of blowout. Fresh wrap job on the Camaro for this year. The car used to be gray, and I guess they found it in the budget to go get a new wrap put on the thing. So did Tim, actually. That car used to be all black, and now this year it's got the fancy red and black and gray swoopy motorhome decals on the side. Tim's already found pre-stage. Waiting on his buddy Troy. There he is. We got a drag race wind light. How about Troy Baugh turning on the wind light? That was a decent side-by-side drag race there. Looked like the advantage on the starting line went to Troy, and then he kind of carried it. Started to walk away a little bit at the half-track mark and turns on the wind light. Troy Baugh, the Oaktown Hustler, coming back around for round number 3. These are probably two of the loudest cars on the property, aside from the top fuel car. Rod Burbage and Rich Feaster. Feaster left side out of Granite Bay, California. The 64 GTO, the green machine, on the Les Schwab side of the racetrack. Right side, Rod Burbage, Rod and Melinda Burbage out of Anderson, California. The Spec Right torque converters machine, that blacked out 1965 Chevelle. A big old Brad Anderson Hemi under the hood with a blower affixed to the top of it. Melinda's standing out in front of the car, waiting for the wheelie bars to get adjusted just right, and then she'll pull her guy forward. A slick looking Chevelle over there. Rich is going to be fighting an uphill battle. Rod is one of the baddest dudes in the category. He's got a pretty decent converter to go with that transmission and motor combo too. He built it himself, believe it or not. There goes Rod. See you later. How about Rod Burbage? I tell you what, they know how to get that Chevelle down the racetrack fast, quick, and in a hurry. And Rod Burbage is going to be coming back around for round number 3. Another small tire versus big tire matchup. Matt Marin on the left side at a Capay, California. 38-year-old welder by trade in that 1964 turbocharged Falcon. 388 cubic inches of forward power for the Falcon. Right side, Cole Dow. Driving Steve Roneberg's Redneck Riviera out of Folsom, California, the SCR Enterprises. 95 Buick Riviera. SCR Enterprises is one of our West Coast Outlaw Series sponsors, as well with Players Pizza. Speaking of Players Pizza, they got their food truck over here next to the Towerside Grandstands. Go check them out. On your way there, you can check out the souvenir booth and the Junior Draxer raffles. Cole Dow, a TBR Garage and SCR Enterprises entry, a Pro-Charged big block Chevy combination over there. The small tire car, Matt Marin, going to be fighting an uphill battle here, but one of the faster small tire cars here. He's been getting down A to B pretty good, so if he can make it stick, he might have a shot. One mistake, and Cole Dow's lane, and Matt Marin can drive right around him, so let's see what we got here. Crew members walk away. They find pre-stage. We're in. Go. Oh, Matt Marin double steps it. There goes Cole Dow. See you later. And he didn't make a mistake either. Cole Dow. A to B. Straight and true. Just how they drew it up. Moving on around number 3. Another small tire versus big tire matchup. Mike Malaya and Craig Sparks. Mad Mike. Mike Malaya on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Grants Pass, Oregon. 63-year-old chassis builder by trade. That bright orange 33 Willys Coupe. 451 cubic inches of blown Brad Anderson motor underneath the hood. Right side, Craig Sparks out of Galt, California. The truck driver. Although he's not driving a truck right now, he's driving a 1969 Camaro. Pro Charger, big block application. for Craig. Small tire car on the right side, big tire car on the left side. And Craig Sparks blows the tires off. There goes Mad Mike. See you later. Mike Malaya with the win light. Craig Sparks immediately goes up in smoke and couldn't gather it back up. Mike Malaya going to move on to round number 3. We got one more car for West Coast Outlaws. And we're going to move into 7-0 Pro after we send David Allman down. We got a little bit of work to do over there in that right lane. So we're going to send Craig down, or we're going to send David down the left. And then we'll move into 7-0 Pro. First round of eliminations. I have a ladder for 7-0 Pro in here somewhere. In my massive stack of ladders. CIFA, A Fuel, Junior Fuel. Ah, there it is. 7-0 Pro. What do we got? We got Trimp versus Kumre Jr., Vanderpool versus Peters, Lenko versus Rosenberg. Well, scratch that. We are going to skip David. Going to send our top fuel car on a license pass down the left lane. Down the left lane.
Hello out there, A Gas. Head to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. A Gas, go to the back for pairings. Gang, nothing sounds like a nitro-burning rat motor. You can Hemi it all you want, but when somebody's burning nitro in a rat, everybody knew exactly what type of motor was running.
Kenny Cummings. AA fuel Draxer. That's a nostalgia top fuel Draxer out of Nanton, Alberta, Canada. A 2019 Hartman chassis Draxer. Nitro burning 434 cubic inch Chevy with the blower on top. It's got all the fixins. Nitro, blower, big tire, parachutes, all of it. It's not like A fuel where you can only have one or the other. This one's got both. Hence the double A fuel. Kenny earning his top fuel license. I believe he went to the just before the 8th mile last time, so he might go a little bit further this time. They made it back to the 330 again. 105.5, 60 foot, 282.2 to the 330. And shutting it off early to go 481.3 to the 8th.
Yeah, and A-Gas head to the back of the lanes. I can see Nostalgia 1 as well. A-Gas, Nostalgia 1's on the back of lanes.
.70 Pro, round number 1. First pair on the docket, Tony Trimp and Jerry Coomray Jr. Coomray Jr. on the left side. Actually, funny story, he's driven the funny car on the right side. But Jerry and the Draxer on the left, the Uehara chassis Draxer out of Roanoke Park, California, your number 6 qualifier. Right side, Tony Trimp, the Rough and Ready Racing Team out of Wilton, California. Harvey Williams, the car owner and tuner of that machine, over on the Platinum Construction and Concrete side of the racetrack. This is round 1 of eliminations. 7 flat to the quarter-mile index. Get there first without breaking out. Here we go. Tony Trimp with the starting line advantage. Coomray is well behind. Tony backing into him. Win light. Tony Trimp. 092 reaction time. 7:10 with a 9. 164 miles an hour. Turning on the win light. Coomray Jr. 7:34.7. 181 miles an hour. Couldn't muster enough to get around Tony. And needed to do a lot because he had a massive starting line deficit to try and make up for. Ran out of real estate. Tony Trimp moving on around number 2, and we'll have a bye run to the final. So John Lenko and Dave Rosenberg. John Lenko on the left-hand side out of Bakersfield, California. Your number 3 qualifier, and he's got Dave Rosenberg in the other lane out of Huntington Beach, California. Almost had a little bit of drama there just now. Dave Rosenberg's parachute came out as they were going to start the car. And repacking a parachute is kind of an intricate procedure and takes some time. But I guess it just threw the parachute back in there, put the pin in it, and sent him on his merry way. So Rosenberg, your number 4 qualifier, the blue front engine Draxer on the right-hand side. Lenko on the left. Winner goes to the semifinals. Here we go. Big advantage to the left side for Lenko. Does Dave Rosenberg have enough for him? No. Lenko, 7:29.5, 170 miles an hour. Good enough for a round 1 victory. Rosenberg, massive starting line disadvantage, was late on the tree and goes 7:42.1 at 184. Weasel Anders and Cliff Boyles need you to the lanes, please. Weasel Anders and Cliff Boyles to the lanes, please. Looks like we got a little bit of cleanup action on the starting line from Lenko's car. And then we will send Jason Vanderpool and Brad Peters. Woof. All right, good to go. Send them. There goes Brad Peters. Here comes Jason Vanderpool. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 needs you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 needs you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. NE1 needs you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. This is your first call to the lanes. Jason Vanderpool on the left-hand side of the Whiskey Kitchen team, that 32 Bantam Ulster, your number 2 qualifier. Right side, Brad Peters out of Lakeport, California, the 2019 Haase Chassis Draxter, your number 5 qualifier. Vanderpool had issues in the final round of the March meet earlier this morning. Hopefully they got it figured out. And if they do, he will find Lenko in the semifinal. Here we go. There goes Jason. Peters having issues. Jason Vanderpool turning on the wind light, 720 with a 4 at 151 miles an hour, letting off early, making sure he didn't break out. Peters was having issues. 786.9 at 187. So Tony Trimp will have the bye to the final in 7-0 Pro, and it will be Vanderpool v. Lenko in the semi. A Fuel at the ready line. A Fuel, round 1, pair 1. Sean Bellamere, Rick Ewens. Well, let me find my A Fuel ladder here. Hold on. This round of A Fuel is going to be mighty interesting. Right now, Sean Bellamere on the left side out of Placentia, California. A 23T altered, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, Rick Ewens out of Paso Robles, California. The Ewens Racing Sarmento chassis Draxter. A pair of blown alcohol cars. Number 3 and number 4 qualifiers. Gonna go at it here. These two are 3 and 4 in the points, and they're 1 point separated. So winner of this pair is going to move up or stay in the number 3 point standing spot. Yeah, and they will have one of the baits in round number 2. Advantage to the left side for Bellamere. Survey says, how about Sean Bellamere, 0:39 reaction time, 6:32.8, 217 miles an hour, getting there first by 66 thousandths of a second. Rick Ewens was not far behind, 6:32.9 at 210 miles an hour. A little bit of a starting line disadvantage, and that's about the difference at the finish line, is 66 thou. Sean Bellamere's 0:39 reaction time to Rick Ewens' 104 reaction time, and they ran exactly the same ET to the thou, well, 1 thou apart. So that 66 thou margin of victory was all determined on the starting line. That's about what you expect when you have your number 3 and 4 qualifier racing each other first round. Here come the Bateses. The only 2 injected nitro cars on the property. And they got each other round 1, and it just happens to be staying in the family. There's the kid. There's the dad. Ken Bates Sr., left-hand side out of Anderson, California, the U.S. Air Force 06 Tuttle front engine dragster. The Bates and Adams team, your number 2 qualifier, also number 2 in the point standings. Chris Bates, his son, on the right-hand side in the Panic 32 Bantam Altered, your number 5 qualifier. Chris Bates doing the driving. Bates v. Bates. Winner moves on to the semifinals to race the winner of the pair behind him. Wayne Ramey is going to have the bye to the finals. And I know I lied. Winner of this race is going to race Sean Bellemere. Here we go. Slight advantage for the left side. They're dead even. Wow. So Ken Bates Sr. crossed the center line. Automatic disqualification. And Chris Bates and the Panic team is just ecstatic. Moving on to the semifinals to face Sean Bellemere. 6:33.0, 170 miles an hour. That's lifting early. Ken Bates Sr. was getting close to the center line down there and could not keep it straight. Clicked our 1,000-foot and quarter-mile cones, so we're going to have to repair those. And because he crossed the center line before the finish line, Ken Bates Sr. is disqualified. The son takes down the father in first round of A Fuel. Very interesting. The pair in front of the water box. Winner will have the bye to the final. It's going to be Wayne Ramey or Sean Corbari. It'll be Chris Bates versus Sean Bellemere. And one of these two are going to have a bye. We're going to be down here for just a second while we replace the cones at the top end. We'll be right back in just a sec. Once again, we need B Gas to the lanes. B Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. There's Sean. There's Wayne. Sean Corbari, left-hand side of the racetrack out of San Martin, California. The 2010 Sterling Chassis Draxer, your number 6 qualifier. Right side, Wayne Ramey. Out of Simi Valley, California, the 2017 Neal and Parks Chassis Draxer. Alan Johnson Performance Engines, 470 cubic inches of blown alcohol combination, your number 1 qualifier. A pair of blown alcohol cars here. The winner of this matchup will have the bye to the final in A Fuel. Wayne Ramey is currently your points leader, and with Ken Bates Sr. going out first round, he can make a big gap in the points between 1 and 2. Or Sean Corbari can do Ken Bates a favor and do the upset right here. It's going to take a lot of that car, though. See what they got. Crew members spray the de-icer in the injector hat and walk away, send their drivers into the pre-stage beam. Something comes off of Wayne Ramey's car. Corbari getting a little bit sideways. Wayne Ramey, how about 6:14.7, 218 miles an hour. Wayne Ramey going to be your winner in that pair. And he's going to get a bye to the final of A Fuel. So next round, semifinals of A Fuel. It's going to be Sean Bellemere versus Chris Bates. Wayne Ramey on the bye. And that's going to wrap it up for the first round of A Fuel. Junior Fuel at the ready line. Once again, I need B Gas. B Gas to the lanes, please. B Gas needs you to the lanes. B Gas, Bravo Gas to the lanes, please. All right. Junior Fuel. Naturally aspirated small blocks, not found in nature. They qualified based on an index. However, there are multiple different indexes within the category. As you can see up on the scoreboards, left side's index is 730, right side index is 699. So they will have a handicapped head start for the slower index car, but then at that point it's first to the finish line, no breakout. Similar to competition eliminator in NHRA sportsman racing, like divisional and national events. Jess Gutierrez, left-hand side, the Junior Fuel Nitro car out of Oakley, California, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, Alan Hull out of Frenchtown, Montana. The JD Zink-owned Uehara chassis dragster. Your number 3 and number 2 qualifiers right here. Number 1 qualifiers got the bye. Gutierrez on the left side, the blue Draxer, well, the slightly lighter blue Draxer. Alan Hull right side, the slightly dimmer blue Draxer. Jess Gutierrez, 12 thou red. Automatic disqualification. Alan Hull going to turn on the wind light down there. 749 to 177 miles an hour. Alan Hull going to the final round of Junior Fuel. Brad Woodard going to get the solo shot here out of Oceanside, California. Another Junior Fuel A car on that 699 index. 2018 Al Busey chassis dragster. Wrecker machining on board. Oh, get away from that center line. We just replaced those cones. A Gas, round number 1. 760 index. Your first pair out, Chris Curtis and Tom Fowler. Fowler on the right-hand side of the racetrack, that beautiful 1969 King's Oil Tools Camaro, your number 2 qualifier. Left side, Chris Curtis out of Bakersfield. The Aquaflow and Ken Turf 1970 Chevelle, your number 6 qualifier. Shoots out early for the left side, wind light right side, Tom Fowler, 039 reaction time, 7620. 181 miles an hour, get there first by 27 thousandths of a second. Chris Curtis had a slight reaction time advantage by 5 thousandths of a second, threw the chutes a little too early and let Tom Fowler around him at the finish line, 765.2 at only 161. And that mistake is going to send Tom Fowler into round number 2. Casey Truer, Ray Padgett, your next 2. Truer left-hand side, that beautiful yellow 33 Willys, your number 5 qualifier out of Santa Maria, California. Right side, Ray Padgett out of Santa Paula, California, the laser leveling service 63 split window Corvette. Ray Padgett qualified at numero uno, courtesy of that 760 with a 6 pass. He's got to take out Casey Truer to keep it on going. Red light start, Casey Truer by 7 thousandths of a second. Wind light automatically goes to Ray Padgett, 763.7, 173 miles an hour. Casey Truer shuts it off early, 781 at 146. Ray Padgett moving on to round number 2. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 needs you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. I should have NE1 and B Gas in the lanes already. I have now called Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. Frank Miranda and Tom Huggins, your next 2 on the docket. Miranda on the Miranda on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That 59 American Rambler wagon, the home wrecker 4. Your number 8 qualifier out of Paso Robles, California. Left side, Tom Huggins, a white and blue 62 Corvette from Santa Paula. Coming out of the number 4 qualifying position. Miranda kind of been on the struggle bus this weekend. Let's see if they found it here around 1 of A Gas. I'd say he found it Frank Miranda with a perfect reaction time, getting a little sideways down there, trying to stay in it. Wind light, not going to do it. Left side, Tom Huggins, 766.8, 167 miles an hour. Got there by 22 thousandths of a second. Tom Huggins, 28 on the tree to Frank Miranda's 000, perfect reaction time. And then Frank got loose at the big end, tried to stay with it, and could not. It slows down to a 771.8 at 179 for the loss. Wow. That is pain. Spain with no S. For Frank Miranda. You tried your best. Laid down a perfect reaction time, and the car just wouldn't hold it together at the top end. Had to lift early. Tom Huggins moving on to round number 2. Cliff Boyles and Weasel Anders, your next two up. Cliff Boyles on the left-hand side at Rancho Cordova. And that 1953 Studebaker, your number 7 qualifier. Cliff and Deb Boyles over here, the Les Schwab Tires lane. Right side, Weasel Anders. Roy's Racing Engines, Bitney Family, Dental, and Juggers Racing 67 Nova. Weasel, your number 3 qualifier. Cliff, your number 7 qualifier here. Winner will move on to race Mr. Paget. Advantage to Weasel. Does Cliff have enough room to run him down? He does, but he breaks out. Weasel Anders moving on to round number 2, 762.8. 017 to start, and Cliff Boyles got to the finish line first by 1 thou and breaks it out by 9 thou. Makes him mathematically ineligible to win the drag race. Cliff Boyles, 053 reaction time. 759.1 on the 760 index. No good. Weasel Anders will advance to round number 2. Attention in the pits, please. I need CIFA California Funny Cars to the lanes for pairings. CIFA California Funny Cars to the lanes for pairings. NE2, you have been called. NE2 to the lanes, please. Once again, I need Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You have been called, and first call for CIFA California Funny Cars to the lanes, please. Moving into round 1 of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. First pair, Bill DeMartin and Jason Barta. The Barta and Coburn team on the right-hand side out of Bakersfield, California, your number 5 qualifier. Left side, Bill DeMartin out of the number 9 qualifying spot. The Screamin' Demon out of Sacramento. 55-year-old iron worker. 427 cubic inch Chevy for Bill DeMartin. 572 cubic inch Chevy for Jason. Red light start, Bill DeMartin by 50 thou. Jason Barta will advance to round number 2. Jason Barta, 046 reaction time, 762.6 at 171 miles an hour on the 760 index. Moving on, Bill DeMartin, 050 red and 768.0, no good. Kenny Upton, Matt Garcia, your next two. Upton, left-hand side. The Leonard's 13 chassis Draxer, the Ken & Sons racing team out of Garden Grove, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, Matt Garcia out of Acampo, California. That Bantam altered, your number 7 qualifier. Wow, Kenny Upton, 003 reaction time. Matt Garcia's got some serious work to do, and he's not going to be able to catch up at the finish line. Win like Kenny Upton, 7:61.5. 156 miles an hour. 003 reaction time to start for Kenny Upton. That's what run the drag race. Matt Garcia, 071 reaction time was a little bit tardy, and then 7:68.2 at 169 miles an hour. No dice. Kenny Upton will advance to round number 2. A.J. Martin and Sean Wood are your next two. Sean Wood on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of San Anselmo, California. The single malt Chevy. The Saw Designs 2016 Shady Tree Draxer. Your number 2 qualifier over there on the Platinum Construction and Concrete side of the racetrack. Left side, A.J. Martin from Hino Marsh Island, Australia. Way from the land down under. Your number 6 qualifier on the left-hand side in the Les Schwab Tires lane. As Eric said earlier, the flight from, where was it? No, no, we're in Australia. Was it Adelaide? Yeah, from Adelaide to Reading, it's a day and 2 hours flight time. Like between all the layovers and whatnot to get here, so that would be a shame if he exits round number 1. He's got a tough customer in Sean Wood on the other side of the racetrack. A.J. Martin's got some serious work to do, and he's going to shut it off early. Sean Wood breaks out. Sean Wood had the race all but covered up, and he breaks out. A.J. Martin will advance.
And that's a 5.
Wow. Sean Wood, I can't even put it into words. Sean Wood had the starting line advantage by a ton. A.J. Martin shuts it off early and coasts through the finish line. Sean Wood, 7:59.5 on the 760 index. Breaks out, and your number 2 qualifier is done in round number 1. Chalk 1 up for the Australian. And not only that, A.J. Martin is going to have the bye next round to the semis. Wow. Heartbreak for Sean Wood. Once again, I need CIFA to the lanes, please. California Funny Cars, CIFA Funny Cars to the lanes, please. Waiting to get AJ off the top end of the track. We're going to go ahead and fire up the next car. Mr. Schoenfeld. Sonny's Toy 2. So Steve Schoenfeld, your #1 qualifier, gets the bye run in round #1 out of Murray, Utah. 23 Ford altered. 502 cubic inches of blown Chevy. Qualified #1 with a 7.611. See what he can do here on his bye. Yet to find out who he's going to race next round, though. I can tell you that Kenny Upton and Jason Barta are going to race second round. We know that one already. We know that A.J. Martin's got a bye run. We got one more pair left to go in NE1. .036 to start, 763.8, 171 out the back door. Final pair, round *1 of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Raymond Nichols and Gabe Brown. Raymond Nicholas on the left-hand side out of Redding, California, the 23 Model T Yancer chassis Draxer. Your #8 qualifier, 592 cubic inches of Mopar for that altered. Right side, Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada. That is a slick-looking Draxer, I will say. The 06 Neelan Parks chassis machine. Your #4 qualifier with 565 cubic inches of Chevy. The winner will face Mr. Schoenfeld in round #2. And Raymond Nicholas deep stages, which is an automatic no-no. Raymond Nicholas is disqualified via the deep stage, and Gabe Brown is going to advance to round #2. 016 reaction time, 758.3, 174 miles an hour. And that will set our second round ladder of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. B Gas rolling at you next. Neil Westbrook, Bill Anderson, your first two B-gassers. Westbrook left side, Anderson right side. Advantage to left side for Westbrook. Wind light left side, Neil Westbrook. How about 0-12 reaction time and dead on 1. 860 with a 1, 0-12 reaction time, 13 total package for Neil Westbrook. Upsets our number 2 qualifier. Bill Anderson, 0-27 reaction time, 857.7 on the 860 index. Got there first by 9 thousandths of a second and breaks out. Mathematically ineligible. Wow, and Bill Anderson is our number 1 in points right now in B Gas, so there's a lot of open doors now for everybody behind him in the points. Chris Torres and Vincent Reale. Vincent Reale turns it red by 17 thou on the right side, handing the win over to Chris Torres. 852.6, 160 miles an hour for the left side. Chris Torres is going to move on, and number 2 and number 3 qualifiers are done in round number 1. Vincent Reale follows that up with an 861.9 at 156 miles an hour, but to no avail after turning on that nasty, stinky red light. Crystal Lynch and Kevin Pope, your next 2. Lynch on the left-hand side of the racetrack, that black 63 split window Corvette, your number 11 qualifier. Right side, Kevin Pope, the 69 Camaro out of Exeter. Number 5 qualifier. Crystal Lynch got an uphill battle here. The fastest she's been this weekend is 893. And it's not looking good so far. She's got a lot of work to do down there. Kevin Pope with plenty of room at the finish line. You can hear him lift early in a wind light for Kevin Pope. 877.3, 133 miles an hour, lifting early, as I mentioned. 029 to start. Moving on to round number 2. Your next pair, Glenn Lininger, left side out of Carmichael, California, your number 12 qualifier. And that 65 Ford Falcon, a blown 425 cubic inch Ford motor. Right side, Rich Zondervan, that Taco Bravo team out of San Jose. The 66 Chevelle, your number 6 qualifier. Another one where Lininger is going to be fighting an uphill battle. The fastest he's been this weekend is 940 with a 6. Interesting. Lininger has issues on the starting line. Zondervan also had some issues. Not sure what happened there on the starting line, but Zondervan going to get there first in plenty of time. Lifts early, 893.3 with an easy win in round number 2. Mike Gillespie gets the solo shot here in round number 1, courtesy of his number 1 qualifying position. 018 to start for the 63 Nova. 864.3, 158 miles an hour out the back door. Mike Gillespie will find Mr. Pope in round number 2. Next pair, Brian Franks and Kevin Albert. Franks left side, the 68 Camaro. Albert right side, the 66 Nova. Attention in the pits, I need C-Gas. Charlie Gas to the lanes. C-Gas, Charlie Gas to the lanes, please. Reaction time advantage for the left side. Brian Franks is in control of this one. And he breaks out. Another breakout victory. Kevin Albert, 087 reaction time, 867.5, 157 miles an hour, gets there second, but turns on the wind light as Brian Franks had a 051 reaction time. Big hole shot advantage on the starting line for Franks, and then breaks it out, 858.2. Getting there first with plenty of room to slow down and, well, not do what he did, but he didn't do that, so Kevin Albert. Yeah, if he was in 535 index right there, that would have been a stellar pass because he went 536 to the 8th. But right now we're going quarter mile racing in B Gas, and that's not going to cut it. Tim Gorman and Carl Weisenhunt. Gorman on the left side. That beautiful 55 Chevy out of Bakersfield, your number 4 qualifier. Right side, Carl Weisenhunt out of Sacramento. The Burko Berry Redwood Lumber 64 Fairlane coming out of the number 10 qualifying spot. Reaction time advantage to the Falcon. Right side is in control. Wind light. How about right side? Carl Weisenhunt, 861.9, 155 miles an hour. Good enough for the win. Tim Gorman was tardy on the starting line, a 081 reaction time, and then breaks it out, 859.7 on the 860 index. Got there first by 4 thou. Needed to take 1 thou or less at the finish line. Let me say that again. Tim Gorman got to the finish line first by 4 thousandths of a second. He needed to get there by 3 thousandths less, so that would mean he needed to take a 1 thousandth of a second margin of victory, and he did not. Carl Weisenhunt pushed him out and will advance. Once again, I need C gas to the lanes, please. C gas to the lanes. D gas, Delta gas, you could come on down as well. NE2, round number 1. Terry Lindblad and Sam Tucker. Wow, 2 thou apart at the hit. Advantage left side, wind light right side, Sam Tucker. 25 reaction time to start, 861.7 on the 860 index. Terry Lindblad got there first by 20 thou. Broke out by 1 thou. He went 1 thousandth of a second too quick. All he needed to do was take one more little blip of the throttle down there at the finish line, and he didn't do it. Breaks it out. Sam Tucker gets the round win. And the winner of this pair is going to find Mr. Tucker's second round, Jeff Brockhauser and Gene Fitzsimmons. Brockhauser on the left-hand side, Fitzsimmons on the right-hand side. That Doug Simpson photography sponsor, Topolino. Your number 4 qualifier, left side Brockhauser. Your number 18 qualifier in his 32 Bantam. The bright yellow / gold sparkly thing on the left side. Red light start for Gene Fitzsimmons, who's really close to the wall down there. He gathers it back up. Jeff Brockhauser, 858.4, 147 miles an hour, turns on the wind light. Gene Fitzsimmons, 036 red and no good. Once again, I need C gas, Charlie gas to the lanes, please. D gas, Delta gas, need you to the lanes, please. Your next two, Greg Stevens and Blaine Neal. Stevens on the left-hand side out of Eureka, California. A 23 altered, your number 5 qualifier. Right side, Blaine Neal from Brookings, Oregon. The 71 Fuller chassis Draxer, your number 19 qualifier. Huge reaction time advantage for the left side and Stevens. Does he have enough to hold him off down there? Yes, but another breakout. Blaine Neal, 865.4 on the 860 index, had a massive starting line disadvantage. He was second to leave by quite a bit. Greg Stevens, 858.3, 144 miles an hour, broke out, got there first by a tenth of a second, had plenty of room, and we're starting to see a trend of people getting there by a lot and breaking out by a little. Continuing Nostalgia Eliminator 2, second round. Eddie Lucas and Jim Horn. Win light Jim Horn on the right-hand side. 026 reaction time, 864.5. 139 miles an hour, got to the finish line first by 17 thousandths of a second, turned it on the win light. Eddie Lucas, 036 on the reaction timer and goes 865.2, 152 miles an hour and 17 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. Wow, lots of upsets so far first round between all the classes. Gary Ryan, Duke Baker. Gary Ryan left side. That pure adrenaline Juggers Racing entry out of South San Francisco, your number 2 qualifier. Right side, Duke Baker out of Thornton, your number 7 qualifier. Altered versus Draxter. Round 2 of Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Here we go. Reaction time advantage for Duke Baker on the right-hand side. The Draxter's out on him. Survey says another breakout win, although this one's a double breakout, in favor of Gary Ryan. Gary, 857.4. 058 reaction time is going to be good enough as Duke Baker. 022 reaction time and then 856.6. A double breakout victory going to Gary Ryan. Duke Baker got there first, 044. And with that, Gary Ryan is going to have the bye to the final. So I believe that's going to wrap it up for round 2 of Nostalgia Eliminator 2. And it looks like we got a little bit of cleaning up to do on the starting line, so we'll be down here for just a sec. Don't forget, go check out the Junior Draxer raffles. We got a 50-50 raffle for everybody. And we got a race package for the second Heritage Series race here in September. 2 different raffles going on, both supporting the Junior Draxer program, trying to get our junior kiddos to Las Vegas for the Junior ET Finals. Later on this year, I think it's in September. I know the big car ET Finals is in October. So the 50-50 raffle down there for everybody, and then the racers that are here, if you're planning on coming to the next Heritage Series event in September, you get your entire race entry paid for, plus 2 crew members. The winner of that raffle is going to get what is valued at $250, the entry plus 2 crew members. Both of these are going on down at the Junior Draxer booth, or the table. You can go check out the cars, go talk to the drivers if they're down there. They could be running around being little rascals. Souvenir booth is still open. Go check out Gene's Burgers. Hope everybody's having a great time. We still got plenty more on tap. CIFA Funny Cars coming out next. Eric, can you hear me? Can you grab me a Gene's Burger, please? Andre Pegues, Jim Mayer. We've already got one Mayer into round number 2. Jim's trying to make it 2. Jim Mayer on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Whittier, California. The Good Vibrations 85 tempo. 504 cubic inches of Hemi. Your number 4 qualifier over in the Platinum Construction side of the racetrack. Left-hand side, Andre Pegues out of Compton, California. The Windjammer 04 Camaro. Your number 8 qualifier. It'd be quite the upset here if Andre was able to take out Jim Mayer. Jim's known to do the deed a couple times, turn on a lot of wind lights, and find himself in the winner's circle a time or two here in the CIFA Funny Car Association. So Andre's got a little bit of work to do on the left-hand side to take out Jim Mayer. And Jim Mayer is just going to try to make a solid A to B pass and do his job, as he knows that Good Vibrations Motorsports machine can. Andre's already found the pre-stage and stage bulb. Jim, pre-stage, stage, here we go. Andre has issues on the starting line. There goes Jim Mayer. 598.3. 053 reaction time. Turning on the wind light down there. Jim Mayer coming on back for round number 2. Mike Troxel, Rick Alvarado, your last 2 runners here in round number 1 of CIFA Funny Cars. Mike Troxel on the left-hand side, the Hart Racing No More Alimony 93 Trans Am. Your number 6 qualifier. Right-hand side, Rick Alvarado out of Wheatland, California, the Little Mighty Mouse 86 Corvette. Pretty evenly matched pair on the starting line. The winner will move on to face Jim Mayer in round number 2. Alvarado, pre-stage, stage, we're in, go. Advantage to the right side, wind light to the right side for Rick Alvarado. 0:20 reaction time to start, 6:077. Get to the finish line first by 62 thousandths of a second. Troxel, 0:63 reaction time, a little tardy, 6:096. And 62 thou behind at the finish line. So it'll be Rick Alvarado coming on back for round number 2 of CIFA. Once again, I have called Hot Rod and Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. C Gas, round number 1. Bobby Hartshorn and Gary Lynch. Bobby Hartshorn, left side, the 5th Avenue Body Shop. 1970 Duster out of Oroville, California, your number 10 qualifier. Right side, Gary Lynch, the wheel stand in 58, Austin Healy from Silmar. Silmar? Silmar. Gary, your number 4 qualifier. Looking for 960 on the scoreboard. Get there first without breaking out. Starting line advantage for the left side. Bobby Hartshorn's in control of this one. Win light, Bobby Hartshorn, 0:11 reaction time, 961.7 on the 960 index. Get there first by 49 thou, just how he drew it up. Gary Lynch was a little tardy on the starting line, and had he not, it would have been a really good drag race. 961.2 for Gary Lynch, but 0:65 reaction time, and that was the difference at the finish line. Bruce Boardman and Artie Pava. Boardman left side, Pava right side. Advantage right side for Pava. Win light right side for Pava. 961.7. Get there first by 12 thousandths of a second. Boardman 961.1. 0:47 reaction time. Just a little short at the top end. Pava moving on. Morgan getting the solo run there. The laddered by there for the number 1 qualifier. Chris Ray, RJ Simrock. Ray on the left side, Simrock on the right side. Four thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Advantage to the right side. Win light on a double breakout. Wow. Right side, RJ Simrock by 4 thousandths of a second. They both run identical 9:59.0 ETs. 4 thousandths of a second advantage on the starting line turns into a 4 thousandths of a second advantage at the finish line. RJ Simrock wins a tight one and moves on to round number 2. Lee Roberts, Michael Karate. Roberts on the left side, Karate on the right side. Advantage to Karate on the starting line. Win light says Michael Karate. How about 9:6.03, taking 23 thou finish line. 0:11 reaction time to start. 14 thou total package. Moving on to round number 2. Kent Coombs and Mark Jordan. Coombs left side, Mark Jordan right side. Big advantage to Kent Coombs in the Camaro. Win light, Kent Coombs, 0:20 to start, 9:6.02. Dead on 2 for Kent Coombs, moving on around number 2 with a 22 thousandths package. Mark Jordan starts with a 1:21 reaction time and has to break out huge to get there first. Mark Jordan's day is done in round 1 of C Gas. Final pair of C Gas, John Friel, Walter Clevitt. Friel left side in the Nova, Clevitt right side in the Barracuda. The winner gets RJ Simrock next round. Someone's down there dog ripping early. Walter Clevitt, 018 reaction time and way over 982.9, but gets the win as John Friel, 062 reaction time, had plenty of room to work with and then breaks it out 945.2. No good. D Gas, round number 1. Bill Norton, Steve Canton. Norton left side with a 63 Nova. Canton right side in a 38 Austin. What is that, an Anglia? It's a something. And that something didn't even bother to leave the starting line. Bill Norton, 043 to start, 1081.4. Lifts early, make sure he doesn't break out. Moving on around number 2 is Steven Canton has issues on the starting line. Steve Ribeiro, Bill Rogers, your next 2. Ribeiro left side, Bill Rogers right side. Rogers already in stage. Big red light start for Bill Rogers. Steve Ribeiro gonna move on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A Fuel needs you to the lanes. Oh man. Bill Rogers turns it big red on the starting line and then airs it out to go 10-6-0-0, dead on 0. Spain with no S. Once again, A Fuel needs you to the lanes, please. A Fuel needs you to the lanes, please. James Burt and what's supposed to be Jim Taylor. Jim Taylor's a no-show, so James Burt gets the free pass. Wow. He follows up the last pass with a 1060 with a 1, dead on with a 1. D Gas starting to heat up a little bit. Everybody's starting to find that magic number. Doug Fournier and Steve Barta. Fournier left side in the blue Anglia. Barta right side in the white 62 Chevy 2. Windlight left side for Doug Fournier. 1066 with a 6 on that 1060 index. Steve Barta had the reaction time advantage, but then slows to a 1069.5, and Doug Fournier gets there first by 22 thou, turns on a Windlight. Hey, A-Fuel, we would like to get you up here and run you before the jet car, so please, A-Fuel. We need you right now. A-Fuel needs you to the lanes. We would like to run you before we run the jet car. Norm Bergman on the solo. 1063.8, 121. That'll wrap it up for D Gas. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 coming next. NE3, Eric Harmon, Don Mallory, win light, Eric Harmon. 971.9, 119 miles an hour, moving on to the final round. Mike Munson, Christina Presser. Mike Munson on the left side, your number 1 qualifier out of Lake Tapps, Washington. That 27 Ford Roadster. Right side, Christina Presser out of Lebanon, Oregon. A couple of D6 runners. Presser in the front engine Draxer on the right side. Munson in the maroon Roadster on the left side. Here we go. 8 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Advantage to the left side for the Roadster. Wind light, right side, Christina Presser. 969.7, 119 miles an hour. Got there first, 14 thousandths of a second, and turns on the wind light. Presser moving on to the final round. Hot rod round number 2. Brian Oxley left side. 1060 dial in for the 65 Chevy out of Tehachapi. Right side, Tony Roca. And an orange 1968 Camaro out of Modesto, dialed in 1063. They're going to leave the starting line almost at the same time. They're going to be about 300ths of a second apart. Well, they're supposed to be 300ths of a second apart, but, you know. Okay. Tony Roca turns on the red light. Brian Hoxley's going to move on. Hoxley gets down through there. 10:52.6, 121. Moving on around number 3. West Coast Outlaws and 535 Index needs you to the lanes. Once again, 535 Index and West Coast Outlaws need you to the lanes, please. Once again, I need A Fuel as well. A Fuel, you have been called. I need 535 Index and West Coast Outlaws to the lanes as well, please. John Carvalho, Don Momi. Carvalho left side, 1011 dial in. Don Momi right side, 912 dial in. advantage to the 38 Chevy on the right side. Momi breaks it out, double breakout win in favor of John Carvalho. Momi was 0-10 on the reaction timer and breaks it out 9 thou to take 25 thou. Carvalho 10-10 with a 4 on the 10-11, breaks it out 6 thou because he broke out less. He turned on the win light, moving on to round 3. Tony Citro, Robert Dietz. Citro turns on the red light by 0.04 of a second. Dietz is going to move on. 0.92 reaction time and 2 above 5 for the win light. Citro 004 red and 18 thou under, no good. Brian Davila and Justin Crosby. Davila left side, 1168 dial in for the 55 Chevy. Crosby right side, 1058 for the 62 Dart. Well, neither were very stellar on the tree, but they're pretty tight. 5 thou separate them on the starting line. Win light, Justin Crosby, 1067.0 on the 1058. Moving on to round 3, Brian Davila. 1189 on the 1168, no good. Scott Morgan, Doug Rudd. 1129 right side, 962 dial in left side. And again, neither are very good on the tree, but they are identical. They both have the same reaction time. Who's going to be closest to the dial in? It's Scott Morgan. 969.5 on the 962 dial in. Turning on a win light down there. Doug Rudd, 1128.3 on the 1129. Breaks it out by 7 thousandths of a second and took 82 of them. Had plenty of room to slow down there. He did not. Doug Rudd was going to bow out in round number 2. Phil Wamberg, Norm Bergman. Wamberg, 1187 left side. Bergman, 1064 right side. Ten thou advantage to Norm Bergman in the Mustang. Win light, Norm Bergman, 1062.8, 122 miles an hour, turning on a win light. Double breakout victory, Phil Wamberg, 1176.7. No good. Norm Bergman advances to round number 3, and that's going to do it for Hot Rod.
Okay, guys, everybody out there, just a heads up. So what we're going to do next is we have A Fuel in the lanes. We're trying to get them suited and ready. We have 535 Index. We're bringing in West Coast Outlaws. Then we have the Jet Car. After that, I'm going to be pulling 7.0 Pro and the group. So again, we will have our Outlaws 535s, A Fuel cars, and when I'm heading up here as fast as I can, it's the car that actually has the buys, so that's good. Jeff Tamian sitting back there patiently waiting for his first blast down the track in quite a while with the Beast. Then we're just going to start muscling through because we're down to quarters and semis in all our Group 1 and Group 2 cars and get things cleaned up. So hopefully right about 8:30, 9 o'clock, we'll be able to be done. And we'll finish with the Jet as well.
Once again, need Don Mallory and Mike Munson to the tower, please. Don Mallory and Mike Munson need you to the tower, please. Just a heads up, from this point forward, if you're in a payout round, we are doing payouts in the tower. So if you have money coming to you at some point, you'll win a little bit of cash this evening. Payouts are in the tower. A Fuel round 2 coming at you. Sean Bellemere and Chris Bates. Bellemere on the left-hand side of the racetrack out of Placentia, California. The 23T Altered, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, Chris Bates. Redding, California, the Panic 32 Bantam, your number 5 qualifier. Bellemere, a blown alcohol car. Chris Bates, injected nitro car. So the 2 different combinations going to do battle here. Winner will go to the final round to see Wayne Ramey, who has a bye to the final, and I think he's here. He might not be here. He has a bye, so he could be sitting it out. But Sean Bellemere left side, Chris Bates right side. Who's going to go to the final round? 2024 Funny Car Fever A Fuel. Reaction time advantage for Bellemere. He's out on Bates. How about Sean Bellemere? 0:44 reaction time. 6:34.2. 215 miles an hour for Bellemere. Chris Bates, a little tardy on the starting line, and then 7:070. 141 miles an hour. Clicked it off early. Sean Bellemere, 982 60 foot. And then just walked away from Chris Bates after that. So it's going to be a Sean Bellemere, Wayne Ramey final round here in A-Gas. .535 index. Round number 2/3. Call it what you want. The consolation bracket right here. Sam Ivy, left side. Brian Meyer, right side. 535 index to the 8th mile. Sam Ivy, your number 1 qualifier. Brian Meyer, your number 4 qualifier. Advantage right side for Meyer. Sam Ivy going to turn on the wind light. 5:45.4, 128 miles an hour. Drove around him. Meyer had a 0:43 reaction time to Sam Ivy's 0:74. With Brian Meyer, 5:67.2, way too slow. Sam Ivy had plenty of room to drive around him and turn on the wind light. Corey Cooper on the solo. .624.8, 124. Todd Breton on another solo shot here. Pineville, Oregon, the 64 turbocharged Malibu. I believe we're on the winner's side of the bracket now. Wow. 5:34.9, 1 thou off for Todd Brenton. Moving on to the next round. All right, I got it this time. Robin Croton. Yeah, he made a comment on Facebook telling me that it's pronounced crow like the bird and ton like the measurement of weight. Well, yeah, like it says C-R-A-W-T-O-N, so I thought it was Croton. Oh, Croton. We got it. Croton. 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 I don't know. What are those? Robin on the left side, the 1970 GTX out of Garden Valley, California. Right side, Brian Franks. The advantage to Croton. Win light, Brian Franks. Wow. Brian Franks, 5:35.8 on the 5:35 dial-in. Got there first by 13 thousandths of a second and drove around him because Robin was 0.56 on the tree to Brian Franks' 1:17. Croton cut Brian Franks' reaction time in half and still drove around at the top end. West Coast Outlaws, round number 3. Michelle Henry, Gabe Cogsworth. Henry left side, the 1968 Top Sportsman style Firebird, your number 3 qual. Wait a minute. Gabe Cogswell on the right-hand side out of Albany, Oregon. The blue-collared bullet, the 73 Nova. Here we go. Gabe Cogswell massively late on the starting line, and Michelle Henry is going to turn on the electricity down there. Michelle Henry moving on to the next round. Well, folks, we got a few more pairs of West Coast Outlaws, and we got an A fuel car, and then it's jet car time. So if you're not in your seat, you start making your way towards your seat, because Jeff Atamian and the Beast Jet Draxter is going to be coming up here in just a little bit, following the remaining West Coast Outlaws and Wayne Remay's A fuel car. Troy Baugh, the Oaktown Hustler, out of Redding, California. It's kind of an oxymoron. The Oaktown Hustler is from Redding. And his 1970 Camaro. Mike Malaya and Rod Burbage. Malaya left side, the 33 Willys Coupe from Grants Pass, Oregon. 451 cubic inches of Brad Anderson blown Hemi. Right side, Rod Burbage. And a 1965 Chevelle. Another Brad Anderson blown Hemi. This one is a spec right torque converter to transmission equipped machine, considering Rod is the owner of spec right torque converters. So Mad Mike, Mr. Spec Right. Rod and Melinda Burbage over there on the Platinum Construction and Concrete side of the racetrack. Well, Mike Malaya leaves before the tree falls. Rod Burbage is going to turn on the wind light. Rod Burbage is going to be coming back around. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. I need 7.0 Pro and A Gas to the lanes, please, for pairings. 7.0 Pro and A Gas. Need you to the lanes for pairings, please. 7.0 Pro and A Gas. Come on down. Cole Dow and David Allman. Cole Dow left side out of Folsom. The SCR Enterprises and TBR Garage 95 Buick Riviera. Pro Charged big block Chevy application left side, right side, David Allman. Out of Shingle Springs, California, the TBR Garage 99 twin turbocharged Firebird. We got a pretty dead even race. Win light, David Allman takes it. There we go. There's a side-by-side drag race. David Allman will advance.
Okay, racers, just a little heads up. This is going to be that time when we're going to be calling him fast and furious. So I've called 7.0 Pro and A Gas to the back of the lanes for pairings. 7.0 Pro and A Gas to the back of the lanes. Nostalgia 1, you are on deck. So 7.0 Pro and A Gas need you rolling now to the back of the lanes. Just so you know, there'll be a jet car running. We will be down for a few minutes. There's some juniors right after that. Everything else. But just keep your eyes open and ready, because now we're down to like quarterfinals, semifinals, and everything.
Wayne Ramey, this is your A Fuel buy run. A Fuel, Wayne Ramey was a little bit tardy when we called A Fuel, but he's on a buy run anyway, so he's still going to go to the final round regardless. But he does want to make his buy, so Wayne Ramey, Simi Valley, California. Taking his solo shot before the final round of A Fuel coming up later. Wow, 8.92 short time for Wayne Ramey. 6:043 at 2:15 as it was eating itself up down there. Wow, Wayne Ramey, 8.92 short time. 250 with a 1 to 330, 384.2 to the 8th mile. At 182 miles an hour, 5:019 to the 1,000 foot, 6:043 at 2:15 out the back door. And I'd say Wayne Ramey is pretty ready for the A Fuel final. We got our Junior Draxer exhibition. You've been seeing them parked over here by Jean's Burgers all day. We're doing a fundraiser for them to get our entire Reading Motorsports Park junior team to the Junior Draxer Summit Division 7 ET Finals down in Las Vegas, Nevada later on this year. Waylon Rua and Brindley Chalonis. Waylon, left side. Brindley, right side. These Junior Draxters, the ages range from 5 years old all the way to 18, with ET brakes for certain ages. As they get to show what they love to do to little kiddos. .13.13 with a 4 at 47 miles an hour for Waylon, and 12.84 at 49 miles an hour for Brindley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Jeff Atamian and the Beast, Jet Draxter, making their way up to the ready line. If you are behind the water box, you're probably going to want to evacuate. It's going to get a little toasty. Jeff Atamian's Beast. His first of 2 passes tonight. The second one's going to be under the lights towards the end of our program, so make sure to stick around towards the end so you can see this thing fire off under the nighttime sky. But right now, we're going to send down Jeff Atamian. See what he's got here. You see them spraying water way behind the water box because when he lights off the afterburner, this little afterburner pops, doesn't tear up all of our asphalt and melt it. If you're in the group of people standing up here on the fence, like kind of adjacent to where the front of the Draxter is, stand there at your own risk because it's going to get pretty spicy. Hey, folks, before he starts it up and he can't hear you anymore, why don't you give him a round of applause, let him know that we appreciate him being here. Before we send him on his merry way down the 20-foot race surface. Making sure the track and everything around it's ready to go in tip-top shape so he doesn't burn it all to the ground. Chris Bates, need you to the tower, please. Chris Bates, need you to the tower. I'm going to go quiet. They're going to start this thing up. Enjoy the show, folks. How about it, folks? Give him a hand. Jeff Atamian and the Beast.
All right, the bad news.
Dang.
I think the chute caught it. Yeah, he scattered the finish line down.
Make sure to give him a hand after they catch him at the top end and
Okay, come back here and
as he drives by.
happy again by making that.
Don't worry, folks. You'll get to see the jet car again under the night sky, under the lights later on this evening. We got to get a little bit more of our racing program going, as this is an NHRA Heritage Series event with points implications. All right, we got to do a little bit of track maintenance. We're going to replace our quarter-mile finish line cone because the jet car took it out with the parachute. So while we take care of our racing surface, we're going to be down here for just a sec. We'll be back here shortly with, I believe, A Gas. All right. We're going to do last call for the Junior Draxer raffles. Last call for the 50-50. And last call for the Heritage Race, the September Heritage Race package. The race package, you get your entry fee plus 2 crew members valued at $250. Those 2 raffles down by the Junior Draxer table next to the Jeans Burger sign. We're going to do last call for that, and then we're going to do the drawing. So any racers that want to try their shot at getting their September Heritage Race here at Reading paid for, plus 2 crew members, go get you a $10 ticket. Or anybody can go get in the 50-50 raffle. Once again, last call for the Junior Draxer raffles over next to Jeans Burgers. All right. You know what? Hey, before we get started here, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 and B Bravo Gas to the lanes. NE1 and B Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. NE1 and B Gas to the lanes, please. This is going to be our time of the day where we're going to be calling you right back to the lanes. We're going to try to give you as much time as we can to let you cool off and gather yourself in between rounds, but it's going to be a round-robin thing now, so as soon as you get back to the pit, do whatever you got to do, get it together, and be ready to come right on back. A-Gas semifinal, Tom Huggins and Tom Fowler. Tom's going to win. Huggins left side, the 62 Corvette, right side Fowler. The 69 Camaro King's Oil Tools on board for Tom Fowler, your number 2 qualifier. Huggins coming out of the number 4 spot. Starting line advantage to the left side, the Corvette. Double breakout win by 1 thou goes to Tom Fowler. 757.7 for Huggins, 757.8 for Tom Fowler. Fowler breaks out 1 thou less. And he's going to be your winner moving to the final round. Tom Huggins got to the finish line first by 18 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 17 or less. The other half of your A-Gas semifinal. Ray Paget and Weasel Anders. Paget left side. The 63 Corvette, your number 1 qualifier out of Santa Paula, California. The laser leveling services 63 Corvette over in the Les Schwab Tires side of the racetrack. Right side, Weasel Anders. The 67 Chevy 2 Nova coming out of the number 3 qualifying spot. Weasel Anders with the starting line advantage by 15 thou, and he will convert into a win light. Another double breakout win. Everybody's going fast today. Weasel Anders 755.5 gets to the finish line first by 18 thousandths of a second. Paget 754.8 was behind on the starting line, behind at the finish line, and still broke out more. So it's going to be Weasel Anders moving to the final round. .70 Pro semifinal now. John Lenko and Jason Vanderpool. Winner of this matchup will see Tony Trimp in the final round of 7-0 Pro. John Lenko, left-hand side of the racetrack at Bakersfield, California. The 95 DRE front-engine Draxer, your number 3 qualifier, 400 cubic inches of Chevy sitting in front of him. Right side, Jason Vanderpool, the Whiskey Kitchen Machine. Ken and Terry McConnell, the car owners. That 32 Bantam Altered, your number 2 qualifier. 392 cubic inches of Alan Johnson Hemi. Like I said, the winner of this matchup will see that blue and white rough and ready funny car in the final round of 7-0 Pro. Who is also still in the CIFA category. But right now, it's all about Jason Vanderpool and John Lenko. Reading versus Bakersfield. Here we go. Advantage to Lenko. You can hear Vanderpool ripping on him down there. How about Jason Vanderpool? 7:03.5 on the 7 flat. Gets to the finish line first by a 1/10 and a half. 0:51 reaction time. You put all of that into a blender. You pour it out, and it looks like a win light. Lenko, 0:48 to start, had a 3 thou reaction time advantage, goes 7:17.3. And Vanderpool was able to drive around him and take the finish line without breaking out. That's the name of the game. And it's going to be Jason Vanderpool and Tony Trimp in the final again. We're going to have 2 final rounds in 7-0 Pro on the same day with the same drivers. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Come on down. Speaking of Tony, there he is. Tony going to take his bye in 7-0 Pro. Because why not? Tony on the left-hand side. Well, the only car on the racetrack. That rough and ready 65 Mustang. Harvey Williams doing the tuning. See how close he can get to 7 flat. .7046, 194 for Tony Trent. There you go. Here's Kenny. Kenny Cummings, Nanton, Alberta, Canada. Getting his license and his AA top fuel dragster. All right. If you have a raffle ticket, from either the 50-50 or the race package for the Heritage Series event in September, pull them out. The winner of the 50-50 raffle is walking away with $784. So right now is the time. If you got a 50-50 raffle ticket or the race package raffle, pull your tickets out. We're going to call the number right now before we send off B Gas or NE2 or B Gas or whatever we got. All right. Everybody's got their raffle tickets out. The first one we're calling is the 50-50. Ticket number. Green ticket. Number 308090. 308090. Green ticket 308090. You are the 50-50 raffle. You have 5 minutes to come to the tower to collect your prize. Once again, green ticket number 308090. If you're the winner, you got $784 coming your way. You got 5 minutes to get to the tower. And the race package winner, red ticket, 9830369. 9830369. That is the race package winner. You have, again, 5 minutes to come up to the tower. Either of those winning tickets, you got 5 minutes to come see us in the tower and collect your prize. Attention in the pits. I need C and D Gas to the lanes. C and D Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Also, if your category is down to a final, expect to not get called for a little while. We got to catch up on some of our other categories. So if your category is down to a final, we're going to skip you guys until we get a little bit closer to the end of the night when we're a little bit closer and everybody's in a final. B Gas, round number 2, 860 door cars. Here we go. Kevin Pope, Mike Gillespie. Kevin Pope, left side out of Exeter, California. That blown 69 Camaro. Right side of Mike Gillespie, your number 1 qualifier in his 63 Roy's Racing Engine sponsored Nova. 11th thou advantage on the starting line to Mike Gillespie. Win light Mike Gillespie on another double breakout. 8:56.2, 149 miles an hour. Mike Gillespie turning on the win light. Kevin Pope got there first by 16 thou, but breaks it out 8:53.5 compared to Mike Gillespie's breakout of 8:56.2. And Gillespie moves on around number 3. Chris Torres, Rich Zondervan, your next two. Torres on the left side, backing up after his 8th mile burnout. Princeton, California, the farmer by trade. Torres farming on board of that 68 Camaro. Coming out of the number 9 qualifying spot. Rich Zondervan on the right-hand side out of San Jose, California. The Taco Bravo 66 Chevelle, your number 6 qualifier. Big advantage to Rich Zondervan. Torres was a late win light. Rich Zondervan, how about 25? Dead on 5. 860 with a 5 at 139 miles an hour for Rich Zondervan. Chris Torres got there first by 4 thousandths of a second, but breaks it out big time. 853.1. And mathematically ineligible for Chris Torres. Win light, Rich Zondervan. Kevin Albert, Carl Weisenhunt, your next two. Albert, left side. The 66 Nova, right side of Weisenhunt, the 64 Fairlane. Advantage to Albert, big time. Oh no. Kevin Albert is 0-14 on the tree. Gets to the finish line first by 2.5 tenths of a second and breaks out by 1 stinking thou. Hands the win light over to Carl Weisenhunt, 876.1. Good enough, I suppose. Neil Westbrook on the solo here. Out of Pixie, California, the 68 Camaro, your number 8 qualifiers, gets a free shot at 860. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, round 2. Kenny Upton, Jason Barta, your first two players here. Kenny Upton left side out of Garden Grove, California, your number 3 qualifier. The Ken & Sons Racing 13 Leonard's chassis. Draxer on the left side. Right side is Jason Barta out of Bakersfield, California. The Barta and Coburn 08 chassis, S&S Fabrication front engine Draxer, your number 5 qualifier. Winner here gets a surprise in the form of a bye run to the final. That's right. You win this one, you get an automatic way to the final round. 1 thou separated him in reaction time. Kenny Upton gets over towards the wall and has to lift. Jason Barta, 783.3, 143 miles an hour, turns on the wind light down there as Kenny Upton had him on the tree by 1 thou and then got close to the wall, had to lift, and unfortunately Kenny Upton's day is done. Your next pair, Steve Schoenfeld and Gabe Brown. Schoenfeld on the left-hand side out of Murray, Utah, all the way from Utah. Your number 1 qualifier on the Les Schwab side of the racetrack, right side. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada, your number 4 qualifier, that 06 Neyland Parks chassis Draxter. Schoenfeld currently, oh, of course my internet page went down. Hold on. Stand by. Steve Schoenfeld, currently your number 1 qualifier. He's got a 2-round advantage on Kenny Upton, who has also made his way into the next round and has a bye to the final. Oh, excuse me. Upton just lost. I wrote down the wrong name. That's why. So Schoenfeld with the win here can extend that points lead. And he does not. Gabe Brown turns on the win light and upsets the number 1 qualifier. Gabe Brown starts with a 0:13 reaction time, 7:74.8. Gets to the finish line first by 11 thou. And Gabe Brown takes out the number 1 in points and the number 1 qualifier this weekend here in round number 2. Moving into Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Round number 3, because they're 1 round ahead. Jeff Brockhauser and Sam Tucker. Brockhauser left side, the Forest Ranch base 32 Bantam altered. The gold sparkly one on the Les Schwab side of the racetrack. Your number 18 qualifier. Right side, Sam Tucker. And that white 32 Bantam altered, your number 6 qualifier. Sam and Joy live about 5 minutes from the racetrack, so they're here pretty frequently. Here we go. Advantage to Sam Tucker by 9 thou up front. Win light, Sam Tucker on the double breakout. 27 to start, 8:58.0 on that 860 index as Jeff Brockhauser takes the finish line by 5 thou and then breaks it out more, 8:56.6, and needed to get behind. Sam Tucker moving on to the semifinals. I need a Hot Rod. Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod needs you to the lanes, please. I need Hot Rod and CIFA Funny Car to the lanes, please. Hot Rod and CIFA Funny Car to the lanes. Hot Rod and CIFA Funny Car, come on down. Jim Horn and Blaine Neal Blaine Neal was having some struggles, to say the least, during qualifying. His first actual pass was first round of eliminations, and he's still in third round. He's got Jim Horn in the other lane. Blaine Neal with the advantage. Winner gets the bye to the final. Survey says, how about Blaine Neal still going? 861.2 at 153 miles an hour, and Blaine Neal is still going. They did not make a single run until first round, and they've somehow managed to make their way to the semi where they'll get a bye, and they're going straight to the final. D Gas round number 2, Norm Bergman and James Burt. Bergman on the left-hand side of the Concord in that 66 Mustang, your number 1 qualifier. Right side, James Burt from Kingsburg, California, the 55 Bel Air. Norm Bergman's got some work to do down there. James Burt is in control of this one. Win light goes to James Burt via a double breakout win, 10:59.9. Gets there first by 42 thou. Norm Bergman was LATE late on the starting line, goes 10:56.1, and had, well, he could have got on the brakes real hard, but James Burt had that one pretty much locked up from the beginning. Bill Norton and Bill Rogers, your next two. Norton left side, Rogers right side. Advantage to the left side for Norton. Comfortably numb. Is comfortably in round number 3 of D Gas. Norton 27 and 1061.5 on the 1060 index, moving on to round 3 by 67 thou. Bill Rogers is 074 on the starting line, goes 1063.5, and was just behind on every part of the racetrack. Couldn't make it work. Norton moving on. Kent Coombs and Bobby Hartshorn, your first two in C-Gas, around number 2. Coombs left side, Hartshorn right side. Win light goes to Bobby Hartshorn, 19 up front, 9:56.3 by 10 thou, moving on around number 3. Walter Clevitt and RJ Simrock. Walter Clevitt with a huge advantage, starts off with the 001 and turns it into a win light. 9:56.9 at 138 miles an hour. Gets there first, 17 thousandths of a second. That 001 reaction time helped him out. RJ Simrock 034 and 9:55.3. Man, everybody is breaking out right now. Like, everybody is going fast. RD Pava, Scott Morgan. 0.05 of a second separate him in reaction time. Win light Scott Morgan, 961.9. Got there first, 16 thou. Scott Morgan moving on. RD Pava, 0.46 on the tree. Goes 9.640, 137 miles an hour, and could not get there. Michael Karate, gonna get the solo shot. 0.28, 9.56.4 at 140 miles an hour. All right, well, whoever we drew for the 50-50 the first time didn't come up, so sorry about your luck. We got another raffle ticket. Hope you didn't throw it away. Pull the raffle tickets out again if you didn't throw them away. Hopefully you didn't. I'll give you some time real quick. Just the 50-50 raffle tickets. The race package. $50-50 raffle tickets. Hopefully you got them out. This time it's a red ticket. Ticket number 949397. 949397. 949397. Red ticket. If that's your ticket number, come see me in the tower. You just won some money. Once again, I should have Hot Rod in the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. Looking for Crosby, Hawksley, Bergman, Dietz, Morgan, Carvalho. Oh, Morgan just raced. I need John Lenko, Tom Huggins, and Ray Paget to the tower, please. And Jim Horn and Jeff Brockhauser. John Lenko, Tom Huggins, Ray Paget, Jeff Brockhauser, and Jim Horn. Need you to the tower, please. You want to answer this call to the principal's office. It involves money. going into your pocket. Hot Rod, round number 3. We're down to 6. Brian Hawksley and Justin Crosby. Hawksley left side, 1050 the dial in for the 65 Chevy out of Tehachapi. Right side, Justin Crosby out of Lancaster. The BBJ Racing, Crosby, Kurth, and Stafford 62 Dart. Dialed in 1057. Whoa. Crosby getting a little loose out there. Look out. Hawksley going to turn on a wind light. 033 and then lifts early. Goes 1093.6. Crosby got a little sideways out there. 1287.9. No good. Norm Bergman, Robert Dietz. Bergman 1055 left side. Dietz 1316 right side. Red light start, Robert Dietz. Dietz gonna bow out here, gives the win over to Norm Bergman, 1047.9. On that 1055 dial in, Norm Bergman coming on back to the semifinal of Hot Rod. Robert Dietz, 061 red, and then goes dead on with a 4 at 100 out the back door. That's a tough one to see there. John Carvalho, Scott Morgan. Carvalho left side. 1010 dial in for the 67 Mazdas Plus Camaro. Right side, Scott Morgan. 960 dial in for the 67 Camaro. Left side, the blue Camaro is in control. Wind light, Scott Morgan. John Carvalho breaks it out by a ton. 10:07 with a 6 on the 10:10. Gets there first by a quarter of a second. Had plenty of room. Scott Morgan gets away with one. 965.7 was real tardy on the starting line, but hey, his wind light's on. He's going to the semifinal of Hot Rod.
Oh, well, Logan's listening to himself talking over here. West Coast Outlaws, 535 cars, roll this way, please. West Coast Outlaws, 535 cars, roll this way. All categories that are in semifinals still. If you are still in semifinals, gas it, gulp it, get back to the back of the lanes. This is all categories that are down to semis, which is everybody who isn't a final round right now. I need you right back to the lanes. And then I'll start getting our final rounds in as fast as we can. But all categories down to semis. Need you head right back to the back of the lanes. Go visit Paul. And Scott Morgan, I do know that you're still in both categories, so we'll work it around you a little bit. But it's that time of the day when we're just going to get everything done as neatly and efficiently as we can. We'll squirt ski on the racetrack right now, and we'll be running in probably about 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, just a heads up so that we don't have to keep pestering people and calling your names over the PA to tell you have money in the tower. Pretty much anybody from this point on, if you're still in competition, you have money coming to you. So don't all thunder rush into the tower right at the end of the race and stuff. You can kind of spread it out. You'll have a few minor things to pick up and fill out and stuff, but we'll have the check ready for you when you get up here. So everybody left in competition from this point on, you know you're going to get money. So please take the time to check in the tower. Don't hold your breath and think we're going to mail a check to you.
Okay, I need Justin Crosby, Robert Dietz, and John Carvalho to the tower, please. In about 15 minutes. Justin Crosby, Robert Dietz, and John Carvalho. I need you up to the tower in about 15 minutes. Junior Fuel final round. Brad Woodard and Alan Hull. Woodard on the left-hand side of the racetrack at Oceanside, California. The Riker Machining alcohol abuse car. Your #1 qualifier on the left-hand side. Right side, Alan Hull at a Frenchtown, Montana. The JD Zink owned Uehara chassis Draxer. Your #2 qualifier. Naturally aspirated small block that rev to infinity and beyond. Brad Woodard, Alan Hull. Here we go. Issues for Hull. There goes Woodard. A to B. Bink. 724 for 187 miles an hour. Brad Woodard is your winner in Junior Fuel. Our first champion crown here at the 2024 Funny Car Fever. California Independent Funny Car Association, otherwise known as CIFA, semi-final coming at you. Any category that's in a final round, if you want to make your way to the staging lanes, then you can come on down. All my categories in a final round, I need you to the lanes. A Gas, Junior Fuel, 7.0 Pro, A Gas and NE3. I need you specifically to the lanes. And any other categories that are in a final round, you can come down as well. Rick Alvarado left side, Jim Mayer right side. Little Mighty Mouse in the left. Good Vibrations in the right. Here we go. Rick Alvarado, 003 reaction time. Jim is in trouble. Wind light, Rick Alvarado. How about 003 reaction time for Rick Alvarado? 597.6. Takes out Jim Mayer. 597.6 on a hole shot. Takes out Jim Mayer's 595.5. Got to the finish line first by 0.05 of a second. And it's going to be the Little Mighty Mouse going to the final round. The other half of your CIFA semifinal, Tony Trimp and James Mayer. Trimp left side, the rough and ready 65 Mustang. Harvey Williams machine out of Wilton, California, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, James Mayer. Junior vibes of the other good Vibrations hot rod, the 84 tempo in the Platinum Construction side of the racetrack. Tony Trimp, that blue and white Mustang, the owner and operator of Reading Motorsports Park. Winner here goes to the final round to see Rick Alvarado. Tire smoke for James Mayer. There goes Trimp. And Tony Trimp breaks out. Tony Trimp breaks out. James Mayer gets lucky. Wow. Tony Trimp, 584.2. Got there by a ton. Not sure what Tony was thinking. Normally, he's pretty good about noticing the other guy's not there and lifting, but that time he didn't. Trimp bows out, gives it back to James Mayer, 669.6. And it's going to be James Mayer and Rick Alvarado in the final round. And James Mayer is going to try to take vengeance on the guy that just took his dad out the previous pair. John Carvalho and Robert Dietz, need you to the tower, please. John Carvalho, Robert Dietz, need you to the tower, please. Okie dokie, artichoke. We got NE2 semifinals, and they're both bye runs, and they both want to go down the right lane, so we're going to send them one at a time. NE1 semifinal. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada. He's going to get his free look at that 760 index. And I don't know if something happened or if that was planned, but there he goes. Here's the other half of your NE1 semi, Mr. Jason Barta. Gonna get his free look at 760. It'll be Barta versus Brown in the final round. Once again, I need Robert Dietz to the tower, please. Robert Dietz to the tower, please. Unless you want me to take home your quarterfinal money, which I would gladly do. I'll consider it a tip. Or you can come up here and grab your money. .535 index. B side bracket final round. Left side Corey Cooper. Right side Sam Ivy. Advantage to Sam Ivy. Win light Sam Ivy. 059 reaction time. 5:45.3. 120 miles an hour. Sam Ivy is your 535 index B group winner. Corey Cooper. A little tardy on the starting line, and then 560 with a 3. No good. A fuel final. A fuel final. Come on down. A fuel final. This is your first call. A fuel final. Come on down. 535 Index A side. This is the main 535 Index race. Brian Franks, Todd Brenton. This is your 535 Index final round. Franks left side in the 68 Camaro. Todd Brenton right side in the 64 Malibu. Advantage to Franks. And Brian Franks breaks out 530 with a 9. No good. Todd Brenton is your winner. 535-7. Dead on 7 for Todd Brenton. And he's going to take the 535 Index win back up to Prineville, Oregon. West Coast Outlaw B-side final round. Michelle Henry and Troy Baugh. Henry on the left side in the 68 Firebird out of El Sobrante, California. Troy Baugh right side in the Oaktown Hustler 1970 blown Camaro. Nitrous versus Supercharger here in the final round of the B-side. The West Coast Outlaws, no time category. And Michelle Henry leaves before the tree is activated, so Troy Baugh is going to be your winner in the B side of the West Coast Outlaws series. Once again, I need all winners, all remaining winners, all categories to come right back to the lanes, please. All winners, all categories. It's that time of the day. All winners, all categories, come right on back to the lanes, please. West Coast Outlaw main category final round. This is your A side. This is the winner's category, the winner's side. The winner's bracket, whatever you want to call it. Rod Burbage and David Allman. Burbage on the left side of the racetrack. The spec right torque converter, 65. Blacked out Chevelle out of Anderson. A blown Brad Anderson Hemi. The weapon of choice for Burbage. Allman on the right-hand side at a Shingle Springs, California. The TBR Garage 99 twin turbo big block Firebird. This is your West Coast Outlaw winners bracket final round. Burbage versus Allman. We're getting everything finalized on the cars. Crew member telling the drivers to come on forward. We're going to ship them down through there under the lights for the last time tonight. Pre-staged. Allman gonna build boost. Here's Burbage. There they go. Allman getting all types of sideways, and Burbage says, adios, amigo. Rod Burbage is your West Coast Outlaws winner. Once again, all winners, all categories, need you back to the lanes. All winners, all categories, need you back to the lanes, please. I guess Robert Dietz really wants me to take his money home with me instead. Well, what is it, 50 bucks? Something like that. I'll take 50 bucks. Or we can split it 3 ways. Yeah, we'll split it 3 ways.
Hey guys, last call for souvenirs. They're going to be closing pretty soon. Last call for the souvenir stand. And it looks like I have a bunch of race cars right here. So let's make some race cars, make some noise, and get going down the racetrack.
Hot Rods semifinal. Brian Hoxley going to get the freebie to the final. 1050 dial in for the 65 Chevy. 003 reaction time to start. .1054.6, 127. And he will find Scott Morgan or Norm Bergman in the final. Morgan on the left-hand side. Scott Morgan still in the semi of C Gas as well, trying to find his way to a double win. He's got to get through Norm Bergman first. Morgan left side, 960. Norm Bergman right side, 1049. Win light, Norman Bergman. And Scott Morgan is no longer in contention for the double win, but he's going to come back around for C-Gas. Norm Bergman, double breakout win, 1047.9, 11th thou under the dial-in. Get there first, 38 thousandths, and it'll be a Norm Bergman, Brian Hoxley final in Hot Rod. C Gas semifinal now. Mike Gillespie, Rich Zondervan. Gillespie left side. That's 63 Nova, your #1 qualifier. Right side, Rich Zondervan out of San Jose. The 66 Chevelle, your #6 qualifier. Well, we're going to have to rerun that pair. Just a heads up, that pair that just went down to C Gas, we are going to rerun that pair. So Mike Gillespie and Rich Zondervan, as soon as you can get back to the lanes. As soon as Mike Gillespie and Rich Zondervan can get back up to the lanes, we are going to rerun that pair of C Gas. All right, we got our finish line cone back where it's supposed to be. And we're going to do our other half of the B Gas final, or semifinal. Once again, that first pair of the B Gas semifinal is going to get reran. As soon as they can get back into the lanes, the better. Mike Gillespie and Rich Zondervan, we are going to rerun that pair. But right now, Neil Westbrook, Carl Weisenhunt. Westbrook left side, Weisenhunt right side. Advantage left side. Winlight left side. Neil Westbrook 030 reaction time. 863.8, 140 miles an hour. And Neil Westbrook is going to the final round of B Gas. Last call for Jeansburgers. Last call for Jeansburgers. This is your last chance to go over there and grab something to eat if you're still hungry. Last call for Jeansburgers and the snack bar. D Gas semi? Yep, semi. Doug Fournier, James Burt. Fournier left side, Burt right side. Advantage left side for the Anglia. Winlight left side for the Anglia. Doug Fournier, 028 reaction time to start. 1061.0 on the 1060. But moving on to the final round. James Burt, 034 reaction time to start and breaks it out by 14 thou. Took 18 thou at the finish line. Needed to take 4 thou or less. Bill Norton gonna get the freebie here to the final, and he'll see Doug Fournier when he gets there. 030 and 1061.9. A Fuel needs your guys' final to the lanes, please. A Fuel final, we need you to the lanes, please. A Fuel final, need you. Come on down. Once again, all finals, all categories, Group 1 and Group 2, all winners, all categories. Need you to the lanes, please. I'll also take my 7.0 Pro final. I really need my A Fuel and 7.0 Pro finals to the lanes, please. We need to get you guys down the track before it gets too cold outside and the track kind of starts to go away due to the temperature. So we really want to get you guys down while we still have a good track and it's not too cold. So once again, A Fuel and 7.0 Pro. Need you guys to the lanes, please. A-Gas final round. 760 index door cars. Weaselanders, Tom Fowler. Weaselanders, the Bitney Family Dental, Juggers Racing, and Roy's Racing Engines. 67 Nova on the tower side, left-hand side of the racetrack. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy for Weaselanders out of the number 3 qualifying spot. Tom Fowler on the right-hand side, the Paso Robles-based King's Oil Tools 69 Camaro.
You're only about 9 more feet away from, where you need to be.
Tom Fowler and Weaselanders qualified with the exact same ET of 760 with an 8. This is about as evenly matched as it gets. Weasel and his crew trying to get him put into the groove. He's a little bit right of it right now. Weaselanders, Tom Fowler. Your A-Gas final round. Crew steps away, and they're going to find pre-stage. Then they're going to find stage. And then we're going to go. And Weasel takes a hard right. And he's going to coast the rest of the way and watch Tom Fowler break out. Tom Fowler had it all but wrapped up. Weaselanders was done right out, as soon as he hit 60 feet. And Tom Fowler scoots down through there and breaks out 758.3 on the 760 index. And Weaselanders has a horseshoe hiding somewhere in that Nova. He used up about all of his luck right there. And Weaselanders is going to be your winner. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 final round, 960 open wheel cars. Eric Harmon left side of the Gold Run, California. The general contractor, Harmon Homes sponsored 27 Roadster on the left-hand side. Right side, Christina Presser out of Lebanon, Oregon. The front engine Draxer over there. Your number 3 qualifier. Pre-staged. And staged. Go. Big advantage to the left side for Harmon. Presser going to have to drive around him. And she does not. Eric Harmon on a double breakout. 954.2, 135 miles an hour. Got there first by 33 thou. And the difference in breakout, about 4 thou. 954.2 to a 953.8. Eric Harmon is your winner in Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 semifinal. Gary Ryan's Sam Tucker. Gary Ryan left side. The Juggers Racing Team 66 altered out of South San Francisco. Sam Tucker right side. The Gas Man out of Old Redding, California. The 32 Bantam. Your number 6 qualifier. Big advantage for Sam Tucker on the right-hand side. Win light, Sam Tucker, 8.699. Taking 18 thou finish line, 0.55 reaction time. And Sam Tucker is going to the final round. Gary Ryan bows out, 864.8. Lost it all on the starting line. And he's going home early. Well, not early. It is the semi, but not where he wanted to go. Once again, I need the pair of Gillespie and Zondervan. That rerun, I need you to the lanes, please. C-Gas semifinal, Michael Karate, Bobby Hartshorn. Karate left side, the silver 70 Nova. Hartshorn right side, the maroon 5th Avenue Body Shop 70 Duster. Advantage right side for Hartshorn. Survey says Bobby Hartshorn on a double breakout. 958.6 on the 960 index. Moving on to the final round. Michael Karate breaks it out more. 954.8. Took 20 at the finish line and needed to get behind. Bobby Hartshorn going to the final. And he'll see either Walter Clevitt or Scott Morgan. Clevitt on the left-hand side, the 1971 Barracuda out of Loomis, California. Scott Morgan on the right side, the AV business owner, the BT&S AV67 Camaro. Out of Tracy, California, your number 1 qualifier versus your number 3 qualifier. Here they go. Clevitt had him in the reaction time, but then he had to lift and steer it back straight. Opens the door for Morgan. Morgan out front. Morgan with the wind light, 963.3, 137 miles an hour. Scott Morgan going to the final round of C-Gas to race Bobby Hartshorn. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, final round. Gabe Brown and Jason Barta. Gabe Brown on the left-hand side at Reno, Nevada. The 06 Neyland Parks chassis car on the left side. Right side, Jason Barta out of Bakersfield. The UPS driver, the Barta and Coburn machine. Your number 5 qualifier. Gabe Brown coming out of the number 4 spot. Tire smoke for Jason Barta. Had to pedal it, got back in it. He's trying to chase down Gabe Brown, but I think he's going to run out of real estate. He sure did. Gabe Brown, 792.4, 137 miles an hour, and Gabe Brown is going to be your NE1 winner for Funny Car Fever 2024. Robert Dietz, I am looking at you right now. I need you to come get your win money in the tower. Please. Here's your hot rod final. Brian Hoxley and Norm Bergman. Hoxley on the left-hand side from Tehachapi, California, the 65 Chevy. Dialed in 1055. Right side, Norm Bergman. Out of Concord, California, the Elliott & Sons Roofing 66 Mustang. Dialed in 1047. Slight handicap head start going to the white car on the left side. There they go. Brian Hoxley with the advantage. Win light, Brian Hoxley on a double breakout win. Hoxley 23 up front, 10:52.9 out the back door at 126 miles an hour, taking 18 thousandths of a second finish line margin of victory. Norm Bergman is 0:48 on the reaction time, goes 10:44.2 on the 10:47. And Brian Hoxley is your winner in Hot Rod. All right, here's your B Gas semi rerun. I promise we have the finish line sensors working this time. Mike Gillespie, Rich Zondervan going to do it again. Gillespie left side, Rich Zondervan right side. The winner goes to the B Gas final. Two-hundredths of a second separate him in reaction time. Advantage left side for Gillespie. Win light right side for Zondervan. 8:57.4 double breakout win goes to Rich Zondervan. Gillespie got to the finish line first by 79 thousandths of a second and breaks it way out to go 8:51.5. So it'll be Rich Zondervan moving on to the final round of B Gas. All right. It's that time of the day. We're waiting for all finals to come back. And we still got one more time down the racetrack for the jet car. Jeff Atamian is going to be the last thing down the racetrack. And we have nothing but final rounds left, so that will be happening as soon as we can get all of our drivers back to the lanes. So B Gas, A Fuel, D Gas, Nostalgia 2, 7.0 Pro, C Gas, and CIFA. All of you are in finals. We need all of you to the lanes if you're not already here.